In remote campsites across the wilderness, the human voice is rarely the loudest sound. Campers report unexplained footsteps, figures at the tree line, and the sense of being watched by something unseen. In this episode, we bring you true scary stories, desolate campsite encounters, first-hand accounts of deep woods terror, and presences no one could explain. My name is Nathan Cole, and I was born and raised in the wide reaches of Montana, where the sky itself feels like an endless ocean suspended above the earth. Growing up, the plains and forests were not just scenery to me. They were part of my bloodline, part of my family's rhythm. My father worked as a seasonal guide, and my mother was a school teacher in one of the smallest towns you could imagine. From the earliest age, I felt more at ease with the crunch of soil under my boots than the hum of city streets. I say this not to paint myself as some hardened outdoorsman, but because context matters when a man claims something unbelievable. I am 32 years old now, of sound mind and body, and though I have seen storms that slit trees like matchsticks, and fires that rolled across the grasslands like waves of a burning ocean, nothing prepared me for what I encountered on a fading evening last fall. It was October, the kind of month where the daylight retreats quickly and the wind whispers through the grass in ways that feel more like language than weather. My friend Daniel had come to visit from Colorado. He was no stranger to the outdoors, but he lacked the lived-in caution that comes from being born under big skies. He liked to stride ahead, to talk loudly, and to dismiss the subtler signs of nature. The broken twig, the sudden absence of bird calls. That meant everything to someone like me. Still, I had missed him. We had grown up together until he left for college, and though our lives had branched apart, we always tried to reconnect once or twice a year with some kind of trip. That evening, we had decided to hike a path that cut across a section of preserved land near the Missouri River. The sun was already sinking low, pouring an orange glaze across the plains. Shadows stretched long over the grass, the kind of hour where the line between things and their silhouettes seemed to waver. I remember feeling a strange unease as we started down the trail. Maybe it was the way the crickets had gone quiet too early, or the smell of the air, damp like overturned soil. But I didn't speak up. Daniel wouldn't have listened anyway. Halfway through the walk, when the sun had already touched the edge of the horizon, we saw it. A bison, massive and ancient looking, stood in the middle of the path. Its hide was dark, almost black against the failing light, and its horns curved in a way that seemed unnatural, too smooth, too polished. I stopped immediately, my body tense. Bison are dangerous creatures. They are unpredictable, and despite their bulk, they can move faster than any man on foot. My instinct was to back away, to give the animal its space. But then I noticed something that froze the air in my lungs. The beast had no shadow. The last rays of the sun were striking it full on the side, painting the ground with long, distinct shapes from the rocks and shrubs around us. Yet beneath and behind the bison, there was nothing. No outline, no shifting dark form. Only flat earth, as if the animal absorbed light instead of blocking it. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my voice tighter than I meant. Daniel laughed quietly, thinking I was joking. "Yeah, I see it. Big guy. Don't get too close." "No," I said, pointing. "There's no shadow." He squinted, then shrugged. "Maybe it's angled weird. The ground's not even." But I wasn't convinced. My eyes flicked from the bison to the ground, again and again, and the wrongness of it gnawed at me. The animal's eyes glimmered strangely, as though reflecting firelight, though there was no fire anywhere near us. We stood frozen for what felt like several minutes, neither daring to move closer. Then, behind us, I heard something that turned my blood to ice. A shuffle, a scrape of earth, the faint drag of something heavy moving. Slowly, I turned my head. The ground stretched open behind us, bathed in the dim light of dusk. And there was a shadow. Only it wasn't ours. It was too large, too wide, stretching across the earth as though something enormous loomed behind us. But when I looked, there was nothing there. No tree, no animal, no figure, just grass and fading light. The shadow twitched, moved. Daniel swore softly under his breath. He had seen it too. I don't know how to describe the sensation that came over me. It was not fear in the ordinary sense. It was something heavier. A weight pressing on my chest, an instinct, older than language telling me. We had stepped into something we were not meant to witness. The bison shifted then, lowering its head slightly. Not in the way animals do before charging, but as though acknowledging us. Its nostrils flared, steam ghosting from them though the air was not cold enough for breath to show. The shadow behind us crept forward. I felt Daniel's hand grip my arm. "Nathan," he said, his voice trembling now, stripped of its usual confidence. "We should go." But where? The bison blocked the path ahead. The shadow blocked the path behind. The prairie stretched wide to either side, but the ground sloped into uneven gullies that would slow us, trip us, leave us exposed. I took one step backward, and the shadow rippled, following the movement like water disturbed by a stone. My heart hammered. I could not tear my eyes away. Its shape was indistinct, shifting constantly as though made of smoke, but at moments I thought I saw forms within it. Antlers, hooves, eyes glinting. The bison snorted, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate the very ground. Then, without warning, it turned and walked off the trail, vanishing into the tall grass. For an instant I felt relief, until I realized something even worse. Even as the animal left, its shadow did not appear. Instead, the one behind us stretched longer, darker, reaching toward where the bison had gone. Daniel tugged at me, pulling me sideways off the trail. "We'll cut through," he muttered. His voice was sharp with panic now. I let him lead, though my legs felt heavy, as though the earth itself resisted me. We stumbled through the tall grass, the dry stalks scratching at our arms. I glanced over my shoulder once and nearly fell. The shadow was following us, sliding over the ground without a source, without sound, stretching like an oil slick across the field. We broke into a run. The grass whipped at our faces, and the light fell faster than it should have. Dusk collapsing into something close to night, though only minutes had passed. My lungs burned. Every instinct screamed at me not to look back, but I did anyway, and I wish I hadn't. The shadow had split. One part followed directly behind us. Another had veered off, arsing through the field to flank us, as though it was hunting. We stumbled down into one of the gullies, the earth damp beneath our boots. I tripped, fell to my knees, and scrambled up again. Daniel's breath was ragged beside me, his face pale in the last light. "Keep moving," I hissed, but the gully funneled us forward, narrowing into a choke point where stone walls rose on either side. We had trapped ourselves. At the far end, in the dim light, the bison stood waiting. Its bulk filled the space, immovable. Its eyes gleamed like embers, and though the light had all but vanished, still it cast no shadow. Behind us, the shifting dark mass slid into the gully, sealing our escape. And that was when I understood the shadow was not following us. It was hers. The bison's. The animal that had no shadow in the light had found a way to cast it elsewhere. In the places where men stood. In the places where men could not run. Daniel clutched my sleeve, his voice breaking. "Nathan, what is it?" I had no answer. The bison lowered its head. The shadow rose tall behind us, swelling like a wave about to crash. I don't remember making the decision. I grabbed Daniel's arm and shoved him sideways against the stone wall, forcing us both into a crevice, just barely wide enough for our bodies. The shadow surged past, brushing against us, and it was like plunging into ice water. My vision blurred, and I heard something. Whispers, groans. 1,000 voices pressed into one shifting sound. We clung there, trembling. As the bison's eyes burned in the dark and the shadow poured around us like a flood. And that was only the beginning. The crevice where Daniel and I pressed ourselves felt like a coffin. The stone at my back was damp and cold, and the space was so narrow I could barely draw in air without my chest scraping against the wall. The shadow poured by us, flooding the gully like liquid smoke. Every brush of it against my skin was agony, not pain in the way of cuts or bruises, but something colder, deeper, like it reached inside and pulled at my breath. Daniel's grip on my arm was so tight, I thought he'd snap bone. I didn't tell him to let go. I needed to feel his hand there to remind myself. I hadn't already slipped into that void. The bison remained at the far end, unmoving, eyes glowing faint as lanterns swallowed by fog. Its nostrils flared, sending out huffs of mist that shouldn't have existed in the October warmth. Its hooves shifted once, striking stone, but the sound was swallowed by the rush of the shadow that moved like wind without air. I tried to steady my breathing, tried not to scream as the dark tide swelled past. Shapes writhed inside it, limbs, antlers, faces pressed up like drowning bodies against glass. I saw a mouth gape open, wide and soundless, before it dissolved back into the mass. Daniel pressed his forehead against the rock and whispered, "This isn't real." He repeated it like a prayer. "This isn't real, this isn't." "It is." I cut him off. My own voice was hoarse, but I forced steadiness. "Stay with me. Just stay with me." The shadow's movement slowed, thickening until it hung in the gully like a fog that had forgotten to drift. Then, all at once, it drew back, sucking into itself as though inhaled. It pulled behind the bison, stretching upward into a column before flattening, condensing again into something that looked almost like a proper shadow. Though wrong, horribly wrong. It didn't follow the lines of the animal's body. It rippled with too many legs, too many heads. The bison turned, its bulk shifting. It didn't charge, didn't run, didn't even seem in a hurry. It simply walked forward, and the shadow slithered with it, dragging along the stone like tar. I felt Daniel exhale against my shoulder when the animal finally passed us, its great frame disappearing around the bend of the gully. The darkness blot after it, seeping along the ground until even that was gone. We stayed pressed against the stone long after. I don't know how much time passed. Minutes, maybe longer. But neither of us moved until the silence felt thicker than the shadow had. Finally, Daniel rasped, "Well, can't go back that way." I nodded, though he couldn't see me in the dark. "We follow. We don't have a choice," He turned his head sharply. Are you insane? Did you not? What else? I snapped, harsher than I meant. Behind us is nothing but open field. That thing, it'll spread. Out there we'll have no cover, no chance. At least in here we can. I faltered, realizing I'd no idea how to finish. Hide. Neither sounded true. Daniel swore under his breath, then shoved away from the wall. His face was pale even in the dim light, sweat shining on his skin. But he moved, and I moved with him. The gully wound like a vein through the earth. We followed its narrow trail, our footsteps muffled by damp soil. Every bend I expected to see those glowing eyes again. Every corner I braced for the tide of shadow. But for a time, there was nothing. Only the whisper of grass above us and the occasional clatter of loose stone under our boots. We walked until the gully widened into an open hollow where the ground sank lower than the plain. Water had gathered here once, long ago, leaving behind a basin littered with cracked stone. The moon was rising now, casting its silver light across the hollow. For the first time since the encounter, I felt a sliver of relief. The moonlight painted everything clearly: the stones, the grass, Daniel's trembling form. But then I looked down. The moon was behind me, high enough to cast my shadow across the ground. Daniel's was there too, stretched long beside mine. But where the bison had walked, the path carved into the earth, there was nothing. A gap. As though even the moon refused to cast light there. I crouched, brushing my hand over the ground. It was damp, colder than the rest of the earth. My breath clouded in the air above it. Daniel watched, his arms crossed tight as if holding himself together. Don't touch it. I pulled my hand back quickly, though the chill had already sunk into my fingers. It's gone, I said, though I didn't believe it. We sat on the rim of the hollow, trying to gather ourselves. My watch said it was close to 9. But the night felt older, heavier. Daniel wanted to climb out, head back toward the main trail. He argued that we could risk cutting through the gullies in the dark, that the worst was behind us. But the memory of that shadow, how it had split, how it had hunted, made me hesitate. We move when the moon is higher, I told him. More light. He didn't like it, but he agreed. For a while we sat in silence. The world felt too still. Even the insects had hushed. Then, somewhere in the distance, a low rumble rolled across the plain. It wasn't thunder. The sky was clear, the stars bright. The sound came again. Closer, and I knew it for what it was: hooves. The hollow trembled faintly underfoot. Dust stirred between the rocks. I rose, heart hammering, scanning the ridges. Daniel stood too, panic flaring in his eyes. And then we saw them. Bison. Dozens of them. Their silhouettes cresting the ridge in a slow, steady line. The moon caught on their backs, glinting off horns, outlining their massive forms. They moved with a calm weight, each step deliberate, measured. But none of them had shadows. The hollow filled with their sound, breath, the shuffle of hooves. They descended into the basin, spreading out, surrounding us without ever seeming to look our way. My throat tightened as I tried to count them, but their numbers blurred, doubling, splitting, as though the very act of trying to fix them made them shift. Daniel backed up until he hit my shoulder. Nathan, he whispered. We're dead. I didn't answer. I couldn't, because even worse than the sight of the animals was what followed them. Behind the herd, spilling down the ridge like a tide, came the shadows. Each bison dragged a wave of darkness, and together they poured into the hollow, a black ocean surging across the ground. The herd encircled us, and the shadows closed in. I grabbed Daniel's wrist, pulling him toward a cluster of stone in the basin's center. We clambered onto it, higher ground if nothing else. The shadows lapped at the rock's base, swirling, shifting, forming hands, antlers, gaping mouths. The herd stood in silence, their breath steaming, their bodies still. Then one stepped forward. The same bison as before, larger than the rest, horns gleaming, eyes smoldering. Its gaze locked on me, and in that instant, I understood something I still can't explain. It wasn't random. It wasn't a haunting that had swept us up by chance. It had chosen us. The shadows surged higher, licking the stones, reaching for us. Daniel cried out as one tendril brushed his leg, and he yanked it back too late. His boots smoked where the dark touched, the leather dissolving as though burned. He fell against me, sobbing. I held him upright, refusing to let go, though my own legs shook beneath me. The bison stepped closer, and the shadows climbed. The moonlight dimmed, swallowed by the black tide. And still, the herd watched. Silent, waiting. The stone beneath us felt smaller by the second, shrinking under the tide of darkness that lapped against its edges. Daniel's breath came in short bursts, his chest heaving against my arm as I held him upright. The herd stood silent, circling the basin like statues carved from living flesh, their eyes glowing faintly, their bodies massive and still. The only movement came from the shadows that bled out beneath them, pouring together into one restless sea. The largest bison stepped closer, hooves cracking stone. It carried no shadow itself, but as it drew near, the black tide surged higher, climbing the rocks, curling over the edges like 100 grasping fingers. My heart slammed so hard I could taste iron in my mouth. "We can't stay here," Daniel whispered, his voice ragged. "It'll pull us under." I didn't need him to tell me that. Already the shadows brushed against my boots, hissing like fire against wet wood. I yanked my foot back just in time, the leather smoking. There was nowhere left to retreat. Behind us, the rock sloped downward. Before us, the bison advanced with slow inevitability. The shadows rose again, curling up like a wave. This time they didn't stop at our feet. They surged higher, brushing my knees, clawing at Daniel's legs. His scream tore through the night. He tried to climb me, pulling desperately at my shoulders, but there was no escaping the tide. In panic, I did the only thing that made sense in that impossible moment. I shouted at the herd, "What do you want from us?" My voice cracked in the hollow, echoing off stone. The bison froze. All of them. Their heads turned in unison, their glowing eyes fixed on me. And then the largest one, the one that had first blocked the path, lowered its head again. Not like an animal preparing to charge, but like a priest bowing before an altar. The shadows obeyed. They surged upward, then drew back, swirling around us without touching. They parted, opening a narrow path through the black ocean. At the far end of the hollow, the slope of the ridge gleamed in moonlight, untouched by darkness. Daniel stared, wide-eyed. "It's letting us go," he rasped. I didn't believe it. Nothing about the moment felt like mercy. It felt like invitation, like we had been chosen to walk a road no one else could. Still, what choice did we have? Stay and drown in blackness, or follow the path carved by things older than memory? I hauled Daniel to his feet. His boot was half melted, his jeans torn where the shadow had touched, the skin beneath raw and red. He limped heavily, but I pulled him forward. guiding him into the parted dark. The herd shifted as we moved. Heads turned to follow. Hooves struck stone in steady rhythm, a sound like drums in the night. The shadows whispered around us, brushing our shoulders without burning, curling close enough that I could feel the cold seep into my bones. Faces flickered in the black, eyes opening and closing, lips moving in soundless cries. We stumbled forward, step by step, until at last we reached the far slope. The path of shadow ended there, spilling back into the basin like a receding tide. I dragged Daniel upward, his breath ragged, and together we scrambled onto the ridge. The instant my boots hit the grass above, the sound stopped. Silence dropped over the plain like a shroud. I turned back. The basin was empty. No herd, no shadow. Only cracked stone bathed in moonlight, as though nothing had ever been there at all. Daniel collapsed onto the ground, sobbing quietly. His legs shook where the shadow had burned him, the wound already darkening at the edges. I pressed my hand over it, but the skin was ice cold beneath. He pulled away, teeth clenched. "Don't touch it," he hissed. I sat back, my own hands trembling. The night was quiet again, too quiet. The kind of silence that doesn't belong to the living world. We didn't speak for a long time. When we finally moved, it was slow halting. We climbed the ridge and made our way across the plain, limping, stumbling, every noise making us flinch. But nothing followed. The land was barren, empty. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sky was already paling with dawn. I had never been more relieved to see the sun break the horizon. Its light spilled across the grass, bright and clean, and for the first time since the encounter began, I felt warmth return to my body. But Daniel's wound did not heal. We tried to laugh about it in the days that followed. He told himself it was a burn, a scrape, something explainable. He told others he had caught his leg on barbed wire. But I saw the truth each night when I checked on him. The flesh around the wound darkened more every day, spreading like frost. Sometimes, when he slept, I saw shadows ripple faintly beneath his skin, shifting just under the surface. He hasn't called me in weeks now. The last message I got from him was short, written at 3 a.m. "It's inside me, Nathan. Don't come." I don't know what he meant. I don't know if he's still alive. As for me, I cannot look at the plains the same way. Every sunset, when the light stretches long across the grass, I find myself searching for what's missing. Not the animals, not the wind, not the sound of the earth breathing. I look for shadows, because I know now they are not ours alone. Some things walk this world without them, and they leave their darkness for others to carry. And when I close my eyes at night, I swear I hear hooves echoing in the silence. My name is Hunter Briggs, and I make my living as a professional fishing guide in the backcountry of Montana. My work is not glamorous, but it has always been steady and honest. I spend long hours in the wilderness, walking along cold streams and carrying packs heavy with tackle, rods, and supplies. I have guided countless clients into the high country, and I have always taken pride in showing people the simple beauty of catching a trout in clear, glacial water. Most of my stories begin the same way. An early morning hike, boots soaked with dew, and the smell of pine rising with the mist. Yet one trip changed the way I see the water forever, and I cannot return to those mountain streams without remembering what surfaced that day. I have tried over and over to explain it logically, but there is no explanation that fits. All I can do now is tell the story exactly as it happened, and you can decide for yourself whether it was nightmare or reality. That morning, I met my client at a small ranger station that marked the edge of the wilderness. His name was David Sloan, a man in his late 40s. Pale, skinned from years behind a desk, carrying himself with the stiff posture of someone unused to physical exertion. His handshake was firm but clammy, and though he smiled politely, I could tell he was nervous about venturing so far from the comfort of towns and roads. He had booked me for a 3-day backcountry trip, insisting on fishing the high streams, where the cutthroat trout were known to rise like fire, colored shadows beneath the ripples. We began the hike just after dawn, packs heavy, air cool, and silence hanging over the forest, except for the trickle of water somewhere deeper ahead. The trail wound upward into rocky switchbacks, and David struggled with his breathing almost immediately. I slowed my pace, pretending to stop often to check the map or adjust my gear, giving him time to catch up. He thanked me each time, embarrassed, but I waved it off. I had guided clients in worse shape. As we walked, he spoke little, and when he did, it was usually a nervous comment about bears or wolves, about whether we might see them. I reassured him that the wildlife usually stayed far from hikers, though I did carry bear spray on my hip and a sidearm in my pack. He nodded, satisfied, but kept glancing at the tree line as though expecting something to step out at any moment. By noon, we reached the creek. It was narrow, the kind of stream that twisted between boulders and cut across fallen logs, clear enough to see the stones at the bottom, each one washed smooth by centuries of meltwater. The air smelled faintly of iron, and the cold rising from the current seemed to cut right through our clothes. I set down my pack, pulled out my rod, and showed David how to rig his line. He watched carefully, nodding though his hands trembled slightly when he tied his knots. We fished in silence for over an hour. The trout rose often, flashing their colors, and we caught several. Each time David landed one, he admired it briefly, then released it, as I had instructed. His confidence grew, and soon he was smiling with each cast, his earlier nerves forgotten. The stream seemed ordinary, just another high country creek where trout darted like sparks beneath the surface. I almost began to relax myself, but the memory of what came next has burned away that brief peace. It was late afternoon when it happened. David had just hooked into what seemed like a larger fish. His rod bent sharply, line cutting the water, drag whining. He shouted with excitement, struggling to keep the fish from breaking loose. I hurried over to his side, coaching him, telling him to let the fish tire itself before bringing it close. He followed my instructions, face flushed with effort, knuckles white against the cork handle. The water boiled with movement, silver flashes darting in and out of the foam. Finally, the fish surfaced. It was a trout, but larger than most in that stream, close to 2 pounds, sleek and heavy. David pulled it closer, guiding it toward the shallows, and with one last desperate kick it flopped on the gravel bank between us. We both bent over it at the same time, reaching for the line to free the hook, and then it opened its mouth. I froze. My hand hovered inches from its jaw, but instead of the small, sharp teeth of a trout, I saw rows of human teeth, not jagged like a predator's, not serrated or monstrous, just ordinary, white, human teeth, pressed tightly together in perfect rows. The mouth gaped and snapped shut again, and for one terrible moment, I thought I saw a tongue lolling inside, pink and wet, just like ours. David jerked back with a cry, stumbling into the water. His boots filled instantly, and he scrambled back to shore, eyes wide with shock. The fish flopped helplessly on the rocks, its body glistening in the sunlight, mouth opening and closing, those human teeth flashing like a smile that had no business belonging to a fish. I wanted to say something, anything, but words failed me. I reached down, my hand shaking, and touched the fish's side. It was real solid, slick with slime. When it snapped its jaw again, I recoiled. David found his voice first. "What the hell is that?" he stammered. I had no answer. I only shook my head. In all my years on the water, I had never seen anything like it. Mutations happen, yes. Fish with bent spines, odd coloring, or damaged fins. But this was no deformity. This was deliberate, purposeful, impossible. The fish struggled, gills working, and I forced myself to act. I grabbed the line, pulled the hook free, and shoved the creature back into the stream. It vanished in an instant, darting beneath the rocks, gone as though it had never existed. For a long moment we stood in silence, listening to the water. David's face was pale, lips trembling. "Tell me I didn't just see that," he whispered. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him it was a trick of the light or some strange reflection, but I couldn't. I had seen it as clearly as he had the mouth, the teeth, the tongue. "We're done for the day," I said finally, my voice tight. "Pack up." He didn't argue. He reeled in his line with shaking hands, packed his gear, and followed me back to where we had set up camp. Neither of us spoke on the walk. The sun slipped behind the ridges. Shadows stretched long across the trees, and the stream's quiet gurgle seemed to echo unnaturally in the silence. That night, as we sat by the fire, David tried to make sense of it. He asked whether trout could crossbreed, whether some kind of genetic experiment had been conducted upstream, whether pollution could cause mutations like that. I answered honestly, no, and not like this. He pressed me, wanting a scientific explanation, and I wished I had one to give him. All I could do was repeat what I had seen. When he finally grew quiet, the fire popped and hissed, and an owl hooted somewhere in the darkness. The silence between us deepened until it was almost unbearable. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw the fish's mouth gaping, those human teeth gleaming in the firelight. Around midnight, I heard splashing from the creek. At first I told myself it was normal. Deer crossing maybe, or a beaver slapping its tail. But the sound continued, rhythmic, deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The splashing grew louder, closer, until it sounded like dozens of bodies thrashing in the shallows. I crept to the edge of camp, careful not to wake David, and peered through the trees. The creek glimmered faintly under the moonlight. At first, I saw nothing. Then movement. Dark shapes breaking the surface, twisting and rolling. I thought it might be trout feeding, but the size was wrong. They were larger, thicker, moving with strange jerks, and as they broke the surface, the moonlight caught flashes of white. Rows of white. Teeth. I stumbled back, tripping over a root, and the noise ceased instantly. The creek fell silent, as though nothing had disturbed it. My breath came fast, and I forced myself back toward the fire. David stirred but didn't wake, and I sat there until dawn, staring into the flames, refusing to look again toward the water. When morning came, I told David nothing about what I had seen. He already looked fragile, pale with exhaustion, and I knew the truth would break him. Instead, I suggested we fish a different stream farther upstream, pretending confidence I didn't feel. He agreed, though reluctantly, and we packed up camp to move. But even as we hiked, I couldn't shake the sound of that midnight splashing, nor the memory of the teeth flashing in the moonlight. I told myself it was just one fish, some impossible accident, and that I had imagined the rest. Yet deep down, I already knew the truth. The water was hiding something, and we were not supposed to see it. The second morning dawned gray, the sky heavy with low clouds that threatened rain. David looked worn down, his eyes shadowed and skin pale, but he tried to muster energy, cracking a half-hearted joke about how sore his legs felt. I forced a laugh, though my thoughts lingered on the midnight splashing I hadn't confessed to hearing. I told myself again, it was only my imagination, stirred by fatigue and the memory of the tried with human teeth. Yet even as I tried to dismiss it, unease clung to me like the damp air. We packed our gear and hiked upstream along a narrow trail that cut through thick underbrush. The ground was soft and black, and our boots sank with each step. Birds called overhead, but the forest seemed subdued, hushed. I've been in these mountains my whole life, and I know the normal rhythm of their sounds. The chatter of squirrels, the chatter of jays, the constant hum of insects. That morning, there was too much quiet between the scattered noises. Every pause seemed to stretch a little too long, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. When we reached the new section of creek, I tried to focus on the task at hand. The water here was faster, pouring over cascades and plunging into pools shaded by overhanging roots. Perfect trout water. I rigged up my rod and demonstrated a few casts for David, keeping my voice steady, pretending everything was normal. He followed my lead. Though his hands shook slightly each time, he tied a knot or stripped line. For the first hour, the fishing was good. David caught 2 healthy cutthroats, both of them perfect examples of the species. Red slashes beneath their jaws, spotted backs, sleek silver sides. Nothing out of place. Relief began to creep in, softening the knot in my chest. Maybe the fish from yesterday really was a one-off freak, something we could forget. But as the day wore on, the feeling of being watched settled heavier on me. Each time I bent to the water, I imagined eyes beneath the surface, staring upward. When I looked over my shoulder, I caught David doing the same, casting quick glances behind him, as if expecting something to creep up through the trees. At one point, he asked quietly, "Hunter, you're sure no one lives up here, right? No cabins, no facilities." "There's nothing," I told him firmly. "This drainage is wilderness. Closest settlement is miles away." He nodded but didn't look reassured. His cast fell short, line slapping the water clumsily. I corrected him gently, tried to keep him focused, but his attention was elsewhere. Around midday, as clouds thickened overhead, David hooked into another fish. This one fought hard, pulling line downstream with sudden bursts of energy. He braced himself, teeth gritted, and I hurried along the bank to stay close. The fish thrashed at the surface, silver and strong, and I felt a flicker of excitement. But then, as he pulled it toward the shallows, my stomach dropped. Something about the way it moved was wrong. The head jerking side to side too violently, the gills flaring too wide. When it broke the surface fully, my fears were confirmed. It was another trout with human teeth. This one was smaller than the first, no more than a pound. But the mouth was the same rows of white, perfect teeth snapping shut with unnatural force. Its eyes bulged, rolling as it flopped in David's net. He dropped the net with a yell, stumbling back into me. I steadied him, staring down at the fish as it writhed. The sound it made, God, I can still hear it. It wasn't the wet slap of a fish on rocks. It was a clicking noise, like teeth chattering against each other. Don't touch it, David shouted. I didn't intend to. My skin crawled just being near it. I kicked the net, sending the fish back into the water. It darted away with a whip of its tail, leaving only ripples behind. We stood in silence, breathing hard, listening to the stream rush past. I didn't need to convince him anymore. He had seen it twice now. There was no denying it. David spoke first, voice shaky. Hunter, what the hell is going on here? Are you sure we're safe? I had no answer. Safe? No, not anymore. The rest of the afternoon passed in uneasy silence. We fished half-heartedly, each cast accompanied by dread, and by late day we gave up entirely. We set camp on a flat rise above the stream, too tired to keep moving, but too frightened to linger near the water. The rain finally broke, falling in cold sheets that drummed against our tent fly. We cooked a simple meal of beans and rice under the tarp, neither of us eating much. As darkness settled, David grew restless. He asked again and again what I thought we had seen. Genetic experiments, mutations, pollution from some old mine. I kept shaking my head. Theories felt meaningless in the face of what we had witnessed. Teeth don't belong in trout. Yet there they were, undeniable, gnashing in the current. Sometime after midnight, the rain eased. I lay awake, staring at the roof of the tent, listening. That was when I heard it again, the splashing. Not the random movement of wildlife, but rhythmic, deliberate. Many bodies moving at once. I sat up slowly, heart hammering. David stirred, mumbling, then blinked at me in the dark. What is it? He whispered. I said. We both froze. The sound came from the stream below, splashing, thrashing, then silence. Then splashing again, closer this time. David's breathing quickened. No, he muttered, not again. Against every instinct. I unzipped the tent and peered out. Moonlight filtered through torn clouds, casting the world in pale silver. The creek shimmered below, and I saw them. Dozens of trout, their bodies writhing half out of the water, mouths gaping. The moonlight caught their teeth. Rows upon rows of white, glistening, human teeth. They clattered together like bones in a bag, like some awful chorus of chatter. A fish thrashed in unison, as though trying to climb onto the bank, but fell back again, only to try once more. I shut the tent quickly, breath ragged. Don't look, I told David. But he had already seen. His face was drained of color, his eyes wide. He clutched at his pack, fumbling for something, anything, to defend himself with. The sounds grew louder, closer. The splashing rising into a frenzy. The tent walls seemed to tremble with it. We sat in the dark, holding our breath, until suddenly it stopped. Dead silence. I counted the seconds, each one stretching unbearably. Then came another sound. Click. Not from the creek. From just outside the tent. Click. Click, teeth clattering together, slow and deliberate. David whimpered. I gripped the handle of my knife, my throat tight. Something moved just beyond the nylon wall, brushing against it lightly. The shape pressed close for a heartbeat. A wet, writhing body, before sliding away. We didn't sleep after that. We sat rigid until dawn, waiting for the light to save us. When the sun finally rose, the forest looked normal again. Birds chirped, squirrels chattered, and the creek ran clear and innocent, as though nothing had happened. But when I crept down to the bank, I found something lying in the mud. A fish. Dead, its body already stiff. Its mouth gaped open, and inside were those teeth. Perfect, white human teeth. But worse than that, the jaw had stretched far too wide, split at the corners, as if it had tried to open larger than its body allowed. The flesh was torn, lips curled back. I backed away, bile rising in my throat. David stood behind me, trembling, staring down at it. "We have to leave," he whispered. Now, I wanted to argue, to salvage the trip, to tell him we'd be safe if we just avoided the stream. But I couldn't. He was right. We had crossed into something unnatural, and there was no reason to stay. So we packed quickly, not even bothering with breakfast, and began the long hike back down the trail. Neither of us spoke. My ears strained constantly for the sound of water, for splashing or clicking, but the forest gave us only ordinary noises. By afternoon, we reached the ranger station where we had begun. David barely muttered a goodbye before rushing to his car. He didn't look back. I stood alone with my gear, the weight of what I had seen pressing on me. That night, back in my own bed, I thought I would finally rest. But when I closed my eyes, I heard the clicking, teeth against teeth, louder, closer, and when I woke in the dark, my mouth was dry, my tongue heavy. For one horrifying moment, I thought I felt grit between my own teeth, as though something foreign had lodged there, grinding together with each movement of my jaw. The days after that trip should have returned to normal. I had guided countless clients before, and once they left, their presence faded into memory, leaving me with the familiar rhythm of the woods and water. But this time, nothing went back to the way it had been. I carried the image of that gaping mouth with me everywhere. The rows of human teeth flashing white, the clicking sound that followed us long after the sun went down. For a while, I avoided guiding altogether. I told myself it was temporary, that I needed to catch up on gear maintenance or rest my knees. But the truth was, I couldn't bring myself to walk back into those mountains. Every thought of the streams made my throat tighten. Even when I passed small creeks near town, I found myself staring too long at the water, waiting to see something shift beneath the ripples. A week passed, then another. Finally, curiosity overwhelmed fear. I needed to know whether what I had seen was a nightmare brought on by exhaustion, or something real and festering in those headwaters. My reputation as a guide depended on it. If I couldn't face the water, I couldn't make a living. And so, against every instinct, I went back. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. No client this time. Just me, my rod, my pack, and a grim resolve to uncover the truth. The sky was low and gray again when I set out, the kind of weather that seemed to press down on you with its weight. I hiked hard, reaching the first stream by noon. The water looked unchanged clear, fast and pure. I set up my rod, tied on a fly, and began to fish. For an hour, nothing happened. I caught 2 small cutthroats, both perfectly normal. Relief began to seep in, fragile but growing. Maybe it had all been a fluke. Maybe the fish with teeth were gone. Or maybe they had never been real to begin with. Then I saw it. The rise was subtle, just a ripple at first. I cast toward it, line drifting smoothly, and something took the fly hard. My rod bent. The reel screamed, and I fought to keep control. The fish was strong, pulling deep, twisting under the current. I braced myself, drawing it toward me, and then it broke the surface. Rows of white teeth snapped in the sunlight. My chest locked. The trout writhed, its mouth opening impossibly wide, the tongue thrashing inside. I dropped the rod in shock, the line snapping taut before breaking free. The fish disappeared back into the stream, leaving only a shiver of ripples behind. I staggered back from the bank, knees weak. My breathing rasped in my ears. It wasn't over. They were still here. And then I noticed something else: silence. The forest around me had gone utterly still. No birds, no wind. Just the water rushing louder than it should, as if amplified in the hush. I felt watched. Not just from the water, but from the woods as well. The sensation prickled across my skin, raising the hair on my arms. I turned slowly, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Just trunks and shadows. I told myself to leave, to turn back and head for safety. But my legs carried me upstream instead. Some part of me needed to see more, to understand. The trail narrowed, roots clutching at my boots, until I reached a deep pool beneath a cliff face. The water here was dark, almost black, though I could hear it moving far below the surface. I crouched on the rocks, staring down, heart hammering. At first, nothing. Then, movement. Shapes, dozens of them, circling beneath the water. Trout, larger than any I had ever seen, their bodies twisting in tight spirals. And every time one rolled near the surface, I saw the flash of white teeth, jaws snapping open and shut in a grotesque mimicry of speech. The clicking began, soft at first, then rising in rhythm. Dozens of mouths chattering together. The sound echoed off the cliff walls, bouncing back at me until it filled the air. I stumbled backward, slipping on wet rock. My boots splashed into the shallows, and the sound ceased instantly. Every fish in the pool turned at once, as if they had felt the vibration. Dozens of eyes, glinting dull silver, fixed on me. The water erupted. Trout launched from the surface, their bodies twisting midair, teeth snapping. I fell back hard onto the bank as one struck near my face, its jaws clamping shut with a sound like bones breaking. Another landed near my leg, writhing, biting at the air, before flopping back into the pool. I scrambled up the bank, mud slick under my hands, and ran. Behind me, the splashing roared. Wave after wave of bodies striking the surface. The clicking rose into a frenzied chorus, echoing through the trees. I didn't stop until I reached the ridgeline. Lungs burning, throat raw from gasping. Only then did I dare glance back. The pool lay hidden by trees now, silent once more, as though nothing had happened. I wanted to believe I had escaped, but as I stood there trembling, I realized the sound hadn't stopped entirely. Click, click. Not from behind me, from inside my own mouth. I froze, tongue pressed against my teeth. I had thought it was grit before, imagined grinding. But now I felt it clearly. Something lodged between the roots of my molars, shifting slightly, clicking as it rubbed against enamel. I gagged, clawing at my mouth with dirty fingers, prying at my gums. Blood welled, but nothing came free. The clicking continued, faint but constant, like a parasite burrowed deep. Panic surged. I staggered down the ridge, half running, half falling, until I reached the trailhead. My truck was waiting. I threw my gear inside and sped back toward town, hands shaking on the wheel. That night, I sat in front of the bathroom mirror, lips pulled back, flashlight clamped between trembling fingers. At first, my teeth looked normal. Then, as the light shifted, I saw it at the back of my jaw. Where wisdom teeth should be, new ones were pushing through. Not crooked, not yellowed, perfect. White, straight, and when I listened closely, I heard them chattering softly, as though speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I haven't guided since. I barely leave my house. Eating is unbearable. the sensation of those teeth grinding against each other, murmuring with every bite. Some nights, I hear them louder, not just from my mouth, but from outside, beyond the walls. The sound of streams rushing through town, the rivers winding past. If I listen carefully, I swear I can hear them clicking too, as though calling to me. I don't know what they want, or what I am becoming. But I fear the answer lies back in that mountain pool, where the water runs black and the fish rise with human teeth. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and I stand in front of the mirror, I practice opening my mouth wider and wider, just to see how far the jaw will stretch. My name is Jacob Slater, and I was raised with the kind of reverence for the woods that only a family bound to hunting traditions can understand. From the time I could hold a rifle steady, my father had me up before dawn, teaching me to read the signs of deer in the leaves, to tell the difference between fresh tracks and those already softened by last night's rain, to listen to silence as though it carried its own language. I am 34 years old now, but I have never shaken that early training. Every fall, no matter what work waits on my desk, or what weight hangs on my shoulders, I find myself pulled back to the timber and the ridges, to the quiet companionship of those who still believe the hunt is a ritual as much as it is sport. That particular November, the air carried a strange bite. Not just the chill you expect when frost dusts the fields, but a feeling I can only describe as watchful. Leaves had long since turned brittle underfoot, and the sky stretched pale and thin, as though it had been scraped of all color. My friend Aaron came along with me, eager to fill his first deer tag. I had known him since high school, but our lives had pulled in different directions for years. He was the sort of man who spoke too loudly in the woods, who still wore fresh out of the box camo as though it carried luck. Yet I valued his company. Solitude is a gift, but too much of it in the woods can sour into something darker. We left our trucks at the trailhead before sunrise, rifles slung, packs strapped tight. The mountain hollow we hunted was not far from where I had grown up. I knew the creeks that cut the ridges and the moss that clung to shaded rocks. But I had not hunted that stretch in nearly a decade. Locals whispered of big bucks moving through there, ghosting from one valley to the next, slipping between private land and state ground. The sort of deer you never saw twice. That was the hope we carried into the timber that morning. By mid-morning, frost softened into mud, and the ground showed us the prints of a whitetail heavier than most. The tracks pressed deep, split clean, not dulled by weather. I crouched low and brushed the edge of one with my glove. "This one's fresh," I said. Aaron leaned over my shoulder, squinting. "That's a big boy. We's moving steady, not spooked. We might have a chance if we keep quiet." We began to follow. The trail wound across a slope littered with oak leaves, climbed toward a saddle where the trees opened to sky. Hours passed, but the sign stayed sharp. Droppings, rubbed bark, prints that angled down toward the creek. The sort of trail that promised we weren't chasing a ghost. Yet something unsettled me as the day wore on. The tracks never showed hesitation, never veered suddenly as deer often do when they sense a shadow. No pause to feed, no meandering, just a steady path, as though the animal knew we were behind it and wanted to be followed. I kept that thought to myself, not wanting to spook Aaron with talk of oddities. By afternoon, clouds thickened. The light took on that flat, gray tone that comes before dusk sets its grip. We hadn't seen so much as a flicker of movement ahead, yet the prints led us deeper, always deeper. The woods grew quieter. No squirrels chattered. No birds cut the air with calls. Even the wind seemed to still. I felt it then, that same watchful bite that had haunted me since morning. The sense of eyes on the back of my neck, of something measuring each step we took. I paused on the slope and let my rifle hang loose across my chest. "You hear that?" I asked. Aaron frowned. "Hear what? Exactly?"
No.
"Too quiet." He chuckled nervously, trying to shake it off. "Maybe we're just lucky. Spooking everything out ahead of us." I nodded, but my stomach stayed tight. My father had taught me that the woods are never truly silent unless something is wrong. Predators, storms, sickness. Always a reason. We pushed on until the shadows stretched long, and the light dimmed enough to blur the edges of the tracks. Just as I thought about calling it, the trail spilled into a clearing hemmed in by tall timber. And there, at the center of the open ground, stood the whitetail. I knew at once it was no ordinary buck. Its body was broad, shoulders heavy. The sort of animal that makes your pulse hammer, because you know its rack belongs in stories told around firelight. But it wasn't the antlers that froze me. It was the face. The body of a deer, yes, but where the sharp muzzle should have been, where dark eyes should have glimmered, there was a human face, staring, motionless. The flesh was pale, features sunken as if stretched thin across the skull, lips drawn tight, nose narrow, cheeks hollow. But worst of all, human eyes, wide and fixed on us, never blinking. My breath locked in my chest. Every instinct screamed to raise my rifle, yet I could not move. The creature's head tilted, slow and deliberate, like a man considering a question. Aaron whispered a curse beside me, voice shaking. "What the hell is that?" The whitetail did not move, did not breathe, so far as I could see. It only watched. The air in the clearing felt dense, pressing down on us, pulling every sound from the world. I swear I could hear my heartbeat echo through my ribs. We stood there until the gray sky deepened toward night. My arms ached from holding still, my throat dry as if the woods had swallowed all moisture. Finally, I forced my voice through clenched teeth. "We're leaving." Aaron shifted, boots crunching softly in the leaves. That was when the deer's head snapped upright, so sudden the movement blurred. Still it did not step forward, still it only stared. But something in that shift made my skin crawl, as though I had broken a rule I never knew existed. I backed away slow, never taking my eyes from the thing. Aaron followed, his breath ragged. When the trees finally swallowed the clearing behind us, I felt no relief. If anything, the weight of those unblinking eyes pressed harder, as though they burned through bark and distance alike. We didn't speak until we reached the ridge. By then, dusk had thickened into full dark, and the forest felt stranger than I had ever known it. Aaron grabbed my shoulder hard enough to hurt. "You saw it too. Tell me you saw it." "I saw," I said quietly. "That wasn't a deer. It couldn't be." I wanted to tell him he was right, that it had been some trick of the light, some fever of exhaustion. But the truth hung sharp in my chest. That was no trick. That was something alive, and it had chosen to be seen. As we stumbled back toward the trucks, one thought gnawed at me, more frightening than the face itself. Deer run when they are seen. They bolt, crash, disappear into the timber. But that one, it wanted us to look, and it had never blinked. We made it back to the trucks. though I hardly remembered the walk itself. The woods blurred into a smear of branches and shadows, every sound behind us charged with imagined pursuit. Aaron's boots scuffed rocks, my own breath rasped through my scarf. Yet I never once felt as though we had truly left that clearing. The weight of its stare seemed lodged behind my eyes. Aaron fumbled his keys, cursed under his breath, and climbed into his truck with shaking hands. I leaned against the cold metal of my own, rifle slung across my shoulder, staring down the narrow trail we had just emerged from. The woods were pitch black now, but that didn't ease the certainty that if I looked long enough, I'd see two human eyes shining back. Neither of us spoke during the drive out of the valley. Gravel popped under tires, headlights cut through skeletal trees, and every bend in the road felt too sharp, too tight. When we finally hit pavement, Aaron exhaled a noise halfway between relief and disbelief. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his voice cracked. I kept my hands tight on the wheel. "I don't know." "You saw it. Don't tell me I'm crazy." "That wasn't just me. I saw." He rubbed his face, groaned. "It had a face. Jesus Christ, Jacob. It had a human face." I couldn't answer. My father had told me once that the woods hold things older than men. Things that take shapes we think we understand. At the time, I dismissed it as the kind of lore old hunters spin after whiskey. But the image of that deer's face gnawed at me, every detail etched in impossible clarity. The hollow cheeks, the never blinking eyes. It wasn't memory. It was as though the thing still stood there alive, watching me in real time. Aaron spoke again, softer now. Do we tell someone?" I shook my head. "Tell them what?" "That we saw a deer with a man's face. They'd think we were drunk. Or crazy." He didn't argue. Silence settled heavy over the truck, broken only by the low hum of the heater and the occasional hiss of tires on damp road. When I dropped Aaron at his place, he grabbed my wrist before stepping out. His grip was cold, almost desperate. "Promise me you're not going back there." I wanted to promise, to put the fear behind us. But the truth caught in my throat. I only nodded, and he left it at that. "Af gao, denauzu af snow out." I didn't sleep that night. The darkness in my house pressed too close, the silence too brittle. Every creak in the floorboards sounded like something shifting its weight. When my eyes finally shut, it wasn't rest that came but visions. The deer stood at the foot of my bed, still as stone, staring. Sometimes it was in the doorway. Sometimes it was by the window. Always watching, never blinking. When dawn scraped through the blinds, I sat up, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. The dream dissolved, but the unease did not. I tried to go about my day, fixing tools in the shed, making calls for work, forcing meals I couldn't taste. But the thought returned, circling like a vulture deer. Don't watch men. They flee, they vanish. But this one, by late afternoon, I knew I couldn't leave it alone. Something deep in my chest told me that turning my back was worse than going back. Like ignoring a wound that would fester if I didn't face it. I packed light. Just the rifle, a flashlight, a thermos of coffee, and enough resolve to carry me to the trailhead again. I told myself I'd only walk as far as the clearing. Just enough to prove to myself it had been exhaustion. Some shared hallucination between friends. But a part of me already knew better. The woods greeted me with the same uneasy silence as before. No birdsong, no rustle of small life. Just the crunch of my boots in leaves and the whisper of wind high in the branches. The tracks from the day before were still there, faint but clear, leading the way like an invitation. Each step I took, the weight in my chest grew heavier. My flashlight beam swung in rhythm with my stride, catching glimpses of branches, roots, the pale gleam of fungus on rotting logs. The air smelled of damp earth and something else. Something faint, metallic, almost like blood left too long in the open. When I reached the clearing, night had fallen. The space was empty, ringed by black timber. My breath clouded in the beam of the flashlight. Relief pricked at me for a fleeting moment. Maybe it had been a trick of failing light after all. Maybe. Then I saw them. Not one, but many eyes. Dozens of them, glowing faintly in the dark beyond the tree line. They reflected my light back in pairs, but not like deer. Too high, too wide apart, too steady. My hand tightened on the rifle until my knuckles ached. The beam trembled as I swung it across the trees. The eyes didn't flinch. They didn't blink. They only watched. And then, in the center of the clearing, it stepped forward. The same deer, its body massive. Antlers spreading like pale branches against the dark. The same human face stretched across its skull. It moved with unnatural precision, hooves silent against the leaves. And behind it, shadows shifted, as though more shapes lurked just beyond the reach of my light. I raised the rifle, but my arms shook so violently I couldn't line up the sight. The deer stopped, head tilting, and its lips parted. No sound came at first. Then, slow and deliberate, it spoke. Jacob. My name. In a voice not mine, not human, not animal. A rasping tone that seemed to scrape the inside of my skull. My breath caught. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the rifle. The deer didn't move closer. It only repeated, softer now, more insistent. Jacob. The other eyes in the trees swayed, shifted, as though nodding in unison. My stomach twisted. My legs wanted to run, but the weight of that stare pinned me where I stood. Why? I whispered, though I didn't know what I was asking. The deer's mouth stretched into something almost like a smile. Its human eyes shone wide and wet. I fired. The rifle's crack shattered the clearing, echoed through the hills. Birds burst from somewhere distant, wings beating frantically. Smoke stung my nose. My ears rang. When the haze cleared, the deer was gone. Only the trees stood silent, the eyes extinguished as though they had never been. My chest heaved. The rifle shook in my grip. I swept the beam wildly across the clearing, desperate for movement, for proof of what I had seen. Nothing. Just emptiness. I backed away, step by step, until the woods swallowed the clearing again. Then I turned and ran. Branches whipped my arms, roots snagged my boots. But I didn't stop until I burst onto the trail and saw the pale shape of my truck in the distance. Not my family. How could I? What would I even say? That the deer had spoken my name. That its face had smiled. But the silence in my house grew heavier with each passing night. The dreams returned, sharper than before. Sometimes it stood in the hallway. Sometimes it loomed at the edge of my yard. Once, I woke with the certainty that it had been crouched at the foot of my bed, its unblinking eyes just inches from mine. I started noticing things in daylight too. Shapes at the corner of my vision that vanished when I turned. The faint impression of hooves in the mud behind the shed. A low rasping sound that carried through the trees when I walked the property. And always, the feeling of being watched. The deer had not died in that clearing. I knew it the way I knew my own heartbeat. The bullet hadn't stopped it. It had let me leave. But why? That question gnawed at me, kept me pacing the floors at night, staring out the windows, as if answers might step out of the woods. One evening, as dusk bled into night, I caught sight of a shape across the field, just at the edge of the trees. Antlers caught the last of the light. The body was still, motionless. And though I was inside my home, behind glass and locked doors, my stomach sank with dread, because even from that distance, I knew it wasn't blinking. I didn't open the door. Not that night, not the next. The deer never came closer than the tree line, but its presence stretched into my house, as if walls meant nothing. I stopped turning on lights after dark. Every lamp felt like a beacon, a signal that I was awake and waiting. Sleep became impossible. My body functioned on coffee, adrenaline, and the constant ache of dread that settled like stone in my chest. Aaron called a few days later. His voice cracked through the phone, strained and brittle. "Jacob, have you been dreaming it too?" I froze. Dreaming what? He swallowed hard enough I could hear it. "The deer. With the face. It's in my house, man. I keep waking up and it's standing by the door. Sometimes I think it's talking, but I can't make the words out. It just keeps staring." My grip on the phone tightened until my knuckles burned. "You need to leave. Go stay somewhere else. I already tried. I stayed with my sister last night. Still dreamed it. Woke up sweating, heart racing. Like it followed me there." His breath quickened. "It doesn't matter where I go. It wants something." The line fell quiet except for his ragged breathing. Then he whispered, "I think it's hunting us. I started digging into anything I could find. Folklore. Old county records, hunters' tales half remembered. Hours spent hunched over books and scrolling forums, piecing together scraps that never quite fit. Deer and old myths were omens, messengers, tricksters. Some tribes warned of spirits that wore animal bodies to test men. Others told of watchers that chose hunters and followed them until death. One phrase struck me like a nail hammered into wood. "The watcher takes the shape you will not run from." I stared at those words until they blurred. Had it chosen deer because it knew I'd follow, because it knew I'd trust the tracks? Was it wearing that human face to strip away my defenses, to remind me I couldn't hide from recognition? Sleep, deprived, half mad with obsession, I called Aaron back. "We have to end this. We can't just let it follow us until it decides to take more than sleep." "How?" His laugh cracked with hysteria. "You already shot it. Didn't do a damn thing. What are you gonna do, stab it with a pocket knife?" I clenched my jaw. "No, we go back. To the clearing. We face it together." There was silence on the line. Then a soft broken, "If we don't, it's never going to stop, is it?" "No," I said. We met at dawn 2 days later, neither of us rested. Both of us frayed at the edges. His eyes were bloodshot, cheeks hollow. I probably looked worse. We barely spoke as we hiked. Words had lost their use against something like this. The forest felt sick. That's the only way I can describe it. The trees leaned wrong. Bark sloughed in strips. The ground squelched damp where no water should be. The silence pressed thicker than ever, a silence you could drown in. When we stepped into the clearing, I half expected nothing, half expected everything. For a long moment, there was only empty space, ringed with timber and shadow. Aaron let out a shaky breath, almost relief. Then the air shifted. It came forward, same as before, body of a deer, face of a man, eyes fixed. But this time it wasn't alone. Shadows broke free from the trees. Shapes slid into view. Dozens, maybe more. Deer bodies, twisted and wrong. Some with antlers grown backward into their own flesh. Some with legs too long, bending at wrong angles. And every one bore a face. Human faces stretched thin, eyes too wide, mouths slack. Aaron choked on a sob. God. Oh God. The one in front stepped closer, hooves silent. Its lips moved, and the voice rasped through the clearing again. Jacob. Then, Aaron. The sound of our names in that voice made my stomach convulse. It wasn't calling. It was claiming. I raised my rifle again, though the futility of it roared in my head. What do you want? I shouted. The deer tilted its head. Its eyes did not blink. To be seen. My hands trembled. Aaron dropped to his knees, covering his ears as the others began to whisper. Not with mouths, but with eyes, with faces twitching as though sound leaked through skin. A chorus of broken words pressed into my skull. I wanted to run. I wanted to close my eyes and never open them again. But some part of me knew running was what it wanted. To scatter us, to chase us, to drag us back one by one. So I did the only thing left. I stepped forward. The whispering surged. The deer's face stretched into that horrible parody of a smile. It lowered its head, antlers gleaming pale, as though inviting me closer. My throat burned. My body screamed against it. But I forced myself one step at a time, until I stood just feet from it. Its breath reeked of rot and iron. Its human eyes locked on mine. For a moment, everything else fell away. The forest, the chorus, even Aaron's sobs. There was only me and the watcher. I see you, I whispered. The words came out raw, trembling. But they were true. I saw it. I acknowledged it. The world seemed to shudder. The deer's eyes widened, lips peeling back in something like triumph or release. The others stilled, their faces slack, the whispers dying to silence. Then, in a movement so swift I barely registered it, the deer reared back on its hind legs. For an instant, its body was impossibly tall, antlers blotting the pale sky. Its mouth stretched too wide, too human, and the sound that came out was not speech but a scream. It wasn't a sound of rage. It was the sound of victory. I remember leaving the clearing. I don't remember the walk back or the drive. I only remember waking in my bed hours later, clothes damp with sweat and mud. Aaron called once after that, voice ragged. It's gone, he whispered. I don't feel it anymore. Do you? I hesitated. The weight on my chest had lifted, yes. The eyes no longer pressed from the dark corners of my house. But when I closed my own eyes, I still saw its face, burned into the inside of my skull. Yes, I said finally. It's gone? But I don't believe that. Not really. Weeks have passed. I've gone back to work, forced myself through the motions of normal life. On the surface, everything is fine. The woods stand quiet. My nights are longer, sleep easier. But sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I catch movement where there shouldn't be any. A flicker of pale antlers in a reflection. A human face too deep in the trees. And sometimes, when I walk past a mirror, I catch myself staring too long. Not blinking. Just watching. Because that's what it wanted, wasn't it? To be seen. And once you've seen it, you can't ever truly look away. I think that's the price. Not death, not possession. Something quieter, crueler. The watcher doesn't leave you. It teaches you to carry it. I wonder how many others out there have seen. How many walk through life with that same silence pressing behind their eyes. Maybe you've passed one in the grocery store, in traffic, at church. Maybe you caught them staring too long, forgetting to blink. Maybe one day you'll catch me doing the same. And when you do, you'll know the truth: the whitetail is still watching. Through me. Through all of us who ever met its gaze. My name is Logan Pierce, and I have spent the greater part of my life exploring canyons, ridges, and forgotten caves that run like veins beneath desert plateaus of the American Southwest. Though I was not born in these lands, I have lived here long enough that the dust feels like part of my blood, and the sandstone walls part of my memory. I am 34 years old, trained as a surveyor, and I earn my living by mapping terrain for construction projects that rarely make it past the planning stage. Yet it is not the work itself that holds me. What keeps me tied to this land is the solitude of it, the way a canyon can swallow sound, or the way a single raven overhead can remind you how small you are against so much sky. I had always believed that fear was something you could master through familiarity. After all, the dark caves, the sudden storms, the rattlesnakes and coyotes, these things had taught me to be cautious but not paralyzed. I thought that nothing in the natural world could truly surprise me anymore. That belief ended one evening in late September, at the mouth of a cave I had passed by 100 times before without giving it more than a glance. The cave was nothing remarkable. A dark split in the rock wall, halfway up a canyon, visible only if you stood at the correct angle from below. I had never entered it. My notes only marked it as Bat Cave, dusk activity. That was enough for me. On that evening, I had hiked into the canyon with the intention of photographing a rock formation that glowed a deep red when the sun struck it just before it dipped below the horizon. I had taken this trail dozens of times and usually paid no mind to the cave. But as I waited for the light to shift, I noticed movement at the cave mouth. At first it was only a flicker, a dark shape cutting against the brighter sky above the rim. Then another. And then, all at once, the cave seemed to erupt. Bats poured out in a single rush, the way water bursts from a broken dam. Thousands of wings beat in unison, creating a sound that was less like flapping and more like a low, rolling thunder. I had seen bats before, many times, but I had never seen them like this. They did not scatter into the sky or split into chaotic lines as bats usually do. Instead, they moved with precision, almost as if guided by a single intention. The column of them twisted, stretched, then bent in wide arcs that followed the canyon walls. The longer I watched, the more I realized that they were not dispersing at all. They were joining. They were weaving themselves into a single mass, wings overlapping, bodies angling toward one another, until the air above the canyon was no longer filled with thousands of individuals, but one vast, unified shape. My mind scrambled for comparisons, for something rational to hold on to. Murmurations of starlings, perhaps. Fish schools. But even those fall apart if you focus long enough. What I saw held. It was wings. A pair of wings, stretched wide from one wall of the canyon to the other. The body between them was no solid creature, but a writhing, fluttering density of bats, so many that their outlines blurred into darkness. And within that darkness, I began to see eyes. Thousands of eyes, reflecting back the last rays of daylight, catching the fire of the setting sun, until it looked as if the entire canyon were staring at me. I froze. The camera that hung around my neck suddenly felt like a weight I could not lift. The sound was overwhelming. Not a chaotic shriek, but a unified resonance. A chorus of squeals blending into a tone too low, too constant, to be natural. My chest vibrated with it. The air smelled of musk and ammonia, sharp enough to sting my nose. The formation hung above me, massive and deliberate, and I knew with a certainty I cannot explain that it was aware of me. The wings tilted, a subtle shift, and I felt the canyon darken as the last of the sunlight was eclipsed. I thought I heard a voice within the hum. Not words exactly, but an intonation, like language just beyond understanding. I stumbled backward until my boots struck loose shale, sliding me down toward the dry creek bed. My hand went for the flashlight strapped to my pack, though it was not yet dark enough to need it. The instinct was blind, desperate. The beam shook wildly as I flicked it on, and the light caught fragments of leathery wings, fur, and tiny teeth. The whole mass rippled as if irritated by the intrusion, then settled again into its impossible form. I cannot tell you how long I stood there, heart hammering, every nerve screaming to run. Minutes, maybe. Long enough for the sun to sink, for the canyon to drown in shadow, for my breath to turn ragged. I wanted to believe I was witnessing some strange quirk of nature, a phenomenon that science had yet to describe. That thought kept me from losing my grip entirely. But another part of me, the deeper part, knew I was not simply seeing animals. I was seeing something that used animals. Something that had found a way to wear them like flesh. When the first bat broke away, it was like watching a thread pulled from a tapestry. Then another and another, until the wings began to unravel. The shape dissolved back into chaos, and within moments the bats scattered into the night, each darting off in its own erratic line, as if nothing had bound them moments before. The canyon grew quiet again, save for the rustle of wind through dry brush. I stood in the silence, flashlight still trembling in my hand, and told myself I would not speak of this. Not to my friends, not to my colleagues, not to anyone. What words could I use? If I said I had seen a swarm of bats form the shape of a creature larger than any bird or beast alive, they would think me unwell, and perhaps they would be right. My head throbbed, my ears rang, and my vision pulsed with spots from staring too long. I walked out of the canyon slowly, refusing to run though every instinct screamed at me to. The desert night wrapped around me, cool and sharp, and I kept glancing up at the sky, half expecting to see that terrible shape blotting out the stars. But the heavens remained clear. By the time I reached my truck, parked at the trailhead, the world felt normal again. Eerily so. Driving home along the empty highway, I tried to let the motion soothe me. Yet the headlights picked up shapes in the desert, scrub that made me flinch, fence posts that looked like figures, patches of rock that seemed like crouching animals. I gripped the wheel tight and told myself it was only aftershock, only my nerves. Still, I could not shake the sensation that the canyon had not released me, that some part of it was still watching. Sleep did not come easily that night. When it finally did, it was filled with dreams of wings blotting out the sky and eyes gleaming like embers in the dark. I woke gasping, my sheets damp, and found the faint sound of squeaking in my ears, though no bats nested anywhere near my house. I told myself it was finished, that I would avoid that canyon from now on. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was not a singular event. Nature does not rehearse for nothing. Something had been revealed, And it was only the beginning. The following day, I tried to anchor myself with routine. I woke at 6, brewed coffee strong enough to bite my tongue, and opened the stack of maps waiting on my desk. But the lines blurred, and my pencil hovered uselessly. Every time I tried to concentrate, I saw wings stretched across a canyon, blotting out the sun. The quiet of my small house only amplified the memory. By mid-morning, I gave up on work and drove into town. I told myself I needed groceries, but really I wanted the comfort of people moving around me. Shop clerks, parents with children, teenagers loitering outside the diner. Anything to remind me that the world had not been rearranged by what I saw. But even in the crowded aisles of the grocery store, I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes on me. When the automatic door opened with its soft hiss, I flinched as though it were wings unfolding. It was there, as I waited at the register, that I overheard an old rancher speaking with the clerk. His voice carried the weight of years, slow and gravelly. "Bats are acting strange again," he said, scratching the brim of his hat. "Cattle spooked near the arroyo last night. Said they came down in sheets, covered the water trough. Ain't natural, the way they move." I froze, my bag of flour halfway to the counter. The clerk muttered something polite, uninterested, but my chest tightened. It wasn't just me. Whatever I had seen wasn't confined to one canyon. On the drive home, I debated whether to seek out more stories. Part of me wanted to know if others had witnessed the same thing, to prove it wasn't madness. Another part whispered that looking too hard would draw it closer, as if acknowledgement itself were invitation. By evening, my decision was made for me. The bats returned. I was sitting on my porch. The desert twilight stretched thin and purple across the horizon when I heard the first faint rumble. Not thunder. This was a vibration, carried on the still air. My stomach sank before I even turned my head. Over the ridgeline to the south, a column of dark forms lifted, twisting into the sky. It was not the same canyon. These bats emerged miles away, yet they moved with the same unison, the same deliberate weaving. My throat tightened. I grabbed binoculars from the porch rail and steadied them against my face. Through the lenses, the swarm took shape once again. Wings. Thousands of eyes glimmering like shattered mirrors. I lowered the binoculars, shaking. The image still hung there in my vision, burned like an afterimage. Only this time, the shape did not hold to the horizon. It tilted. It turned. And though I could not explain how, I knew its direction had shifted toward me. I went inside, bolting the door, though I knew wood and metal meant nothing against what I had seen. The windows rattled as the vibration grew. Lights flickered. My shelves trembled, knocking a mug to the floor where it shattered. And then, just as suddenly as it had risen, the sound cut out. The silence that followed was worse. I crouched in the dark of my living room, flashlight clutched in my palm, waiting for something to happen. Waiting for claws at the window, for wings in the chimney, for eyes pressed against the glass. None came. Hours passed in unbearable stillness. When dawn arrived pale and cold, I realized I had not moved from that spot all night. I told myself again to stay silent. People in town would not believe me, and if they did, what then? Panic. Nothing could be done. But silence is a heavy thing. It eats at you. By the third day, I drove out to see Caleb, a friend who had guided tourists through caves and mines for decades. He had the kind of patient voice you trust. The kind of man who always carried a thermos of black coffee and a pocket knife. as if those were the only tools you'd ever need. When I sat across from him at his kitchen table, words tumbled out before I could stop them. I described the first night, the shape, the eyes. I expected disbelief, maybe laughter. Instead, Caleb stared into his mug for a long time before answering. "You shouldn't have watched," he said quietly. The air between us grew heavy. I asked him what he meant, but he only shook his head. "They notice when you notice. Best thing you can do is pretend you never did." That should have comforted me. Instead, it hollowed me out. If Caleb knew something, if he had heard whispers of this before, it meant it was older, bigger, more real than I dared to believe. I left his place with the uneasy sense that I had stepped across a line. The desert looked different on the drive back. Every shadow seemed deeper, every bird call too sharp. I found myself scanning the sky constantly, searching for wings that were not birds. That night, the dreams worsened. I woke not only drenched in sweat, but with the metallic taste of blood in my mouth, though I could find no cut on my tongue. My ears rang with a high squeal that faded only with the rising sun, and on my porch, dust had settled in strange patterns, sweeps and arcs like strokes of enormous wings. I stopped working altogether. My maps sat untouched, contracts unanswered. Days bled together, each marked by the dread of dusk. Sometimes the bats appeared far off, a distant smear across the horizon. Other times they drew closer, filling the sky above the ridges. I learned not to look too long, but even a glance was enough to stir that resonance in my bones. One evening, unable to contain my fear, I drove back to the original canyon. My rational mind told me that revisiting it was dangerous, maybe suicidal. But another part of me believed that the answer lay there, that understanding what I had seen might grant me power over it. The hike felt longer this time, though my legs knew every bend. When I reached the canyon mouth, the cave loomed darker than I remembered, a black slit swallowing the last light. The air smelled faintly of ammonia, stronger the closer I crept. My flashlight beam wavered against rock walls slick with guano. The ground littered with fragments of bones, too small to be from cattle or deer. Birds, rodents, maybe. But some were longer, thinner, disturbingly human in shape. I forced myself deeper until the ceiling closed low. The sound began before I reached the end, a tremor. Not loud but constant, a living hum that made my teeth ache. And then, in the beam of my light, I saw them. Hundreds of bats clung to the walls, their chests rising and falling in eerie unison, as though they shared a single breath. Their eyes glimmered, not reflecting light but emitting it faintly, a red glow pulsing in rhythm with the vibration. I should have fled. Instead, I whispered aloud, my voice trembling, "What are you?" The bats stirred, not all at once but in waves rippling along the cavern walls. A squeal pierced the air, layered and endless, words folded into a sound I could not parse. My knees buckled. The flashlight fell, clattering against stone, and the darkness swallowed me. I scrambled blindly, palms scraping against rock, heart hammering. Behind me, the sound swelled until it was not merely heard but lived inside me, rattling through marrow and lung. I stumbled back into the night air, gasping. The sky above the canyon was alive with wings. They formed again, the vast shape blotting out stars, eyes burning. But this time, I was not merely a witness. I felt it reach for me, not with claws or teeth but with thought. A pressure entered my mind, cold and immense. Images flooded, canyons filled with rivers of wings, cities darkened beneath swarms, skies gone black. I screamed without meaning to. The sound ripped from my chest. The bats quivered as if amused, then the shape fractured, scattering once more into chaos. The pressure withdrew, leaving me shivering and hollow. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs threatened to collapse. By the time I reached my truck, the sky was clear, the stars bright. But the echo of that touch remained inside my head, as real as the steering wheel beneath my fingers. And for the first time, I realized this was not something I could ignore, not something I could pretend away. Whatever lived in those swarms had noticed me, and it had no intention of forgetting. In the days that followed, time seemed to split into two currents. On the surface, life crawled on as before. Neighbors mended fences. The school bus rattled down the road each morning. The postman waved as he passed. But beneath that surface, a second current dragged me deeper. One where every shadow threatened to take wing, and every sound seemed to carry that low, thrumming note. I lived in both realities at once, and the strain hollowed me out. Sleep grew impossible. Even when exhaustion forced me down, my dreams were not my own. I would find myself back in the canyon, staring up as the swarm formed, its eyes burning like coals in the dark. Sometimes I stood on my porch instead, the swarm blotting out the moon overhead. Other times I was inside the cave, surrounded, unable to tell where my body ended, and the tide of wings began. I woke each morning with scratches on my arms, as though I had clawed myself while thrashing. It was on the fourth night that I realized I was no longer the only one being haunted. The town itself was beginning to change. Dogs barked through the hours before dawn, their howls straining until they broke into pitiful whines. Ranchers whispered of cattle found dead in their fields, not torn apart by coyotes, but collapsed as though their insides had been drained. And always there were the bats. People said they gathered thicker than usual near the water towers, their movements too precise, their numbers too vast. I saw one of the ranchers in the hardware store, his eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling around a bag of nails. He told me, without prompting, that his son refused to leave the house after dark, that the boy swore the bats spoke in the attic rafters at night, like voices in a crowd. The man muttered, but all saying the same thing. He wouldn't tell me what that thing was. By then I had given up pretending I could walk away. I returned to Caleb, though shame pressed heavy on my shoulders. When he opened his door, he studied me long before speaking. "You went back, didn't you?" he asked. I admitted I had. I told him about the pressure in my mind, the images of blackened skies, the sense of being marked. He listened without interrupting, though his knuckles whitened around his mug. Finally, he leaned back and said, "Once they know your face, you can't undo it. Best you can do is endure." The words chilled me more than the desert night. I asked if he had seen them himself. His silence was answer enough. I pressed him, desperate, but he shook his head. Talking about it feeds them. Thinking about it, even. They live in notice, in attention. Don't you see? That's why they gather, why they shape themselves. To be looked at. The thought stuck to me like a burr. I left his house no calmer than before, but with one conviction carved into me. I could no longer pretend ignorance. If they thrived on attention, then I was fuel. And if I was fuel, then maybe, just maybe, I could resist by refusing to give it. For the next week I tried. I kept my curtains closed, avoided the skies at dusk, shoved cotton in my ears to dull the vibrations. I carried on my routines like a man trying to convince himself the ground wasn't crumbling beneath his feet. For a few nights, it almost worked. The dreams dulled. The scratches faded. But denial is thin armor. One evening, I stepped onto the porch to fetch a package left by the postman. Against my better judgment, I glanced up. The sky was alive, the swarm stretched wide, wings blotting out the stars. The sight hit me like a physical blow. I dropped the box, staggered back, and felt that pressure bloom inside my skull once more. Images poured in, sharper than before. I saw entire valleys smothered in wings, rivers clogged with carcasses of animals drained to husks, cities silenced beneath swarms that blotted out the sun for days. And then I saw myself, not standing on my porch but lifted high. Carried by countless wings, my limbs slack as though I belonged to them. I tore my gaze away, slammed inside, and pressed my forehead against the cool plaster wall. My heart battered my ribs like a trapped bird. The cotton in my ears muffled nothing. The hum was inside me now. That night, I made a choice I did not fully understand. If I was marked, then running would change nothing. If Caleb was right, that they lived in attention, then perhaps the only way through was to face them directly, to stare until I understood what they wanted. I returned to the canyon. The air was colder than before, a bitter wind cutting through the sandstone walls. The cave mouth gaped like an open wound, and the smell of guano and rot rolled out to meet me. I carried only a flashlight and a recorder, the kind I used for field notes. If they wanted to be noticed, I would give them notice. Proof. Inside, the bats clung in their dense layers. Their eyes pulsed faintly, synchronized with a rhythm I could feel more than hear. I lifted the recorder, thumb trembling on the switch, and said aloud, "I see you." The swarm erupted. Wings peeled from the walls in rolling waves, a tide breaking free. The recorder crackled, overloaded with sound as thousands screamed at once. The air whipped against me, choking me with dust and musk. I stumbled backward, but I kept my eyes fixed. I would not look away. And then, as before, they joined. They bent into shape, wings spanning the cavern roof, body coalescing from chaos. Eyes multiplied until I was blinded by their glow. But this time, the shape did not linger above. It descended. The cavern shuddered as the mass pressed closer, folding itself into the space, lowering until I could feel the air pulled from my lungs by the downdraft. A wall of wings hovered feet away, eyes level with mine, and in that cacophony, the sound changed. It became words. Not in English, not in any language I knew, but in something older, a rhythm that my mind twisted into meaning. A single phrase repeated again and again, sinking into me until it was indistinguishable from my own thoughts' join. The pressure sharpened. My vision swam. I felt my will eroding, crumbling beneath the weight of something far vaster than myself. My body leaned forward, not by choice but by command. For one terrible moment, I believed I would step willingly into the mass. Let it consume me, let it make me part of itself. But something broke through. The faint memory of Caleb's voice, warning me not to feed them. Talking, thinking, looking all nourishment. If I surrendered, I would be nothing but another thread in their tapestry. I forced my eyes shut. I clamped my hands over my ears. I dropped the recorder, letting it shatter against stone. Darkness filled me, and with it, silence. Real silence. The kind I hadn't known in weeks. When I opened my eyes again, I was alone. The cavern walls were bare, the bats gone. The air lay still and empty. My knees gave out, and I collapsed, trembling, half expecting claws to seize me from behind. None came. I staggered out of the cave into the cold night. The stars burned sharp above, no swarm blotting them away. For the first time in what felt like years, I could breathe. But the silence did not last. When I returned home, dust had collected on my porch again, sweeping in arcs that curved like wings. My windows bore faint smears, as though countless tiny bodies had pressed against the glass. And inside my head, even in quiet moments, I could still hear the echo of that one word, lodged like a splinter join. I cannot say if I resisted them, or if I merely postponed what is inevitable. They touched my mind, and such contact does not fade. Some nights I wake certain that they are inside me already, waiting for the moment when I stop resisting. Other nights I believe I bought myself time, though time toward what I do not know. I have thought of leaving the desert, fleeing across state lines, hiding in cities far from canyons and caves. But each time the idea forms, I feel that hum again, like a leash tugging tight. The truth is simple and unbearable once you see them. There is no leaving. Their eyes are always there, watching through the night sky, waiting for you to notice. So I write this not as a warning, for warnings are useless, but as a record. If you ever find yourself staring at the horizon at dusk and the bats rise in numbers that blot out the sun, do not look too long. Do not grant them your attention. Do not feed them with your mind. And if you fail, if they notice you, then understand this: you are already theirs. My name is Oliver Hayes, and I have spent much of my 37 years in the backcountry of northern Montana, running trap lines across forests that seem to go on forever. People who don't know the land might think trapping is a dying trade, some archaic holdover from another century, but for me it was a way of life. Part income, part survival, and part compulsion. The woods always had a pull on me stronger than anything else. When I was a boy, I spent more nights sleeping in a canvas tent than I did in my parents' small farmhouse. As an adult, I chose a cabin well off the beaten trail, where I could hunt, trap, and breathe in the silence without the clutter of towns or highways. That silence, though, when broken, often speaks louder than any noise. I used to think I understood. Every sound the woods could make: the cry of a hawk, the bark of a fox, the far-off call of an elk. But there are other sounds out here too. Sounds you don't forget once you've heard them. It was late autumn when it happened. The kind of season when the air bites through even the thickest flannel, and the nights stretch longer than the days. I was checking my line of steel traps, the ones I'd baited a week earlier for bobcat and coyote. Fresh snow had fallen the night before, a soft powder that muffled my boots and kept the forest wrapped in a hush. I followed my usual route, cutting across the ridge, down toward a creek that barely flowed this time of year. The first traps were empty, the bait untouched. That wasn't unusual. Sometimes you'd get a week without a catch, then 3 in one day. The last trap on that stretch lay in a small clearing where the tree line opened just enough for sunlight to reach down. As I approached, I noticed the snow disturbed, a trail pressed into the whiteness, leading right to where I'd set the iron jaws. My pace quickened. It looked like something had been caught, and after a string of empties, that small rush of success hit me in the chest. I remember thinking it might be a decent-sized bobcat, maybe even a young wolf straying too close. When I saw the trap, my breath caught in my throat. The jaws had snapped shut, but what they clamped down on was not an animal paw. It was a hand. A human hand. The skin was pale, nearly the color of the snow around it, and it twitched with small spasms, the way a dying fish might flop. The fingers were long and thin, the nails cracked and yellowed. I froze a dozen paces away, unable to move closer, my body refusing to accept what my eyes were showing me. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my head. All at once, someone must have been out here. Someone lost, someone stumbling into my trapline. But no boot prints led to the clearing. Only that faint drag in the snow, as though the thing had slithered instead of walked. The trap itself was heavy. Old steel built to restrain the strongest bear. Yet as I stood there, staring, the hand jerked hard, yanking the trap a full foot across the ground. The sound of metal grinding against rock through the clearing. Then, with another violent pull, the entire trap lurched again, as if whatever that hand belonged to had no intention of staying caught. I took a step back, my hand fumbling for the rifle slung over my shoulder. My pulse thudded in my ears. The hand twisted, pulling harder, and then, God help me, it began to drag the trap away, inch by inch, leaving a scar through the snow. I finally managed to lift the rifle, though my arms trembled as I sighted down the barrel. Every part of me screamed to fire, to end it. But I didn't know what I was shooting at. There was no body, no figure, just that hand dragging steel like it was nothing more than a toy. I must have stood there for minutes, maybe longer, watching as the trap and hand disappeared into the tree line. My boots stayed rooted, fear anchoring me in place. Only when the sound of grinding metal faded into silence did I lower the rifle. The clearing looked ordinary again, save for the furrow in the snow that vanished into the trees. My breath steamed in front of me, ragged, shallow. I wanted to tell myself I'd imagined it. Maybe the cold was playing tricks on me. But the tracks remained, carved deep in the white powder, undeniable. I forced myself to follow at least a few steps, just enough to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. The trail led between the pines, deeper into shadow. There were no footprints, no signs of a body crawling or walking. Just the dragged line of the trap, straight and unbroken. The forest felt heavier with each step, as if the air thickened around me, and soon enough my nerve broke. I turned back, retreating to the clearing where the sunlight still reached. The rest of that day passed in a fog. I walked the remainder of my line, though I couldn't have told you what I saw or whether any other traps had sprung. My mind replayed the twitching fingers, the pale skin, over and over again. By the time I returned to the cabin, night had already fallen, the woods pressing close against the walls. I lit the lanterns, stoked the fire, and poured myself more whiskey than I usually allowed. My hands still trembled when I lifted the glass. Out here, there's no one to tell. No sheriff close enough to come running. Even if I'd been willing to sound like a lunatic. I kept telling myself it had to have been some strange trick. A dead limb somehow caught in the jaws. Nerves twitching. Imagination filling in the rest. But deep down, I knew better. Sleep did not come easily. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw that hand. I heard the scrape of iron on stone as it pulled itself away. At some point in the dark hours, I thought I heard the same grinding sound again, faint but close, circling the cabin. My breath caught, and I sat up in bed, rifle in my lap. The sound never came again, though I did not sleep after that. The following morning, I almost convinced myself not to return to the clearing. but curiosity, or maybe duty, dragged me back. The snow had fallen again in the night, lighter this time, just enough to dust the ground. The drag marks remained visible beneath the new layer, continuing far beyond where I had stopped. The trap was gone entirely. No sign of broken chains or blood, no hint of where the trail ended. That's when the unease turned into something heavier, because that trap weighed nearly 50 pounds. No ordinary animal could have pulled it without leaving a trail of its own weight. And yet whatever had done so moved with ease, like it wasn't hindered at all. I didn't know what I was dealing with. All I knew was that something out there had taken my trap, something with a human hand and a strength no man should have. And for the first time in my years living alone in these woods, I considered packing up and leaving. But I didn't leave. That decision was the beginning of everything that followed. For the rest of that day, I couldn't shake the thought of the missing trap. I went through the motions of chopping firewood, checking the smoke from the chimney, and keeping the cabin warm. But my eyes kept drifting toward the tree line. Every crack of ice, every snap of a distant branch made my chest tighten. I tried to tell myself I wasn't scared, that I'd lived out here too long to let shadows get the better of me. But the truth was harder. I was unsettled in a way I'd never been before, like something had shifted, and I wasn't as safe on my own land as I'd always believed. By late afternoon, I convinced myself to do something I'd never done in years of trapping. I went armed. Not just my rifle, but a revolver on my hip as well. The rifle came with me when I walked the lines, of course, but the revolver had always been more comfort than necessity. That day, though, I strapped it on like I was going into a fight. I set out toward the farthest stretch of traps, ones I'd placed deeper into the ravine, where the creek cut through the pines. The air smelled of wet iron, that sharp scent you get just before snow, though the clouds hadn't gathered yet. I moved carefully, eyes scanning not just the traps but the woods themselves, half expecting to see that pale hand lying in wait. The first trap was untouched, bait still sitting just as I'd left it. The second was sprung, but nothing caught. The ground around it was scuffed. Snow churned like something had struggled free. I crouched, brushing the powder aside. No paw prints, no claw marks. Just that same faint dragging line, like something had been pulled away. I stood there a long time, heart hammering. The silence around me pressed close, heavy enough I could hear my own breath rasping in my throat. I wanted to turn back then, head straight to the cabin and bolt the door. But I pushed on, stubbornness outweighing good sense. At the third trap, my stomach dropped. The steel jaws were twisted. Not sprung, not broken, twisted, as though a blacksmith had taken hot iron and bent it out of shape. That trap had held a bear once, a full-grown grizzly, and the steel hadn't given an inch. Now the arms curled inward, bent in a way no animal should have managed. I knelt and ran my gloved fingers over the metal. Cold as stone. No heat, no scorch marks. Whatever had done it hadn't needed fire. It had simply bent the iron apart with strength alone. That was when I noticed the trail again, faint but clear against the snow. A furrow leading away through the trees. I raised the rifle and followed it. The trail carried on for maybe 50 yards before it stopped abruptly at the base of a pine. Not stopped, as in faded or scattered. Stopped, as though the trap and whatever dragged it had simply vanished. The snow beneath the tree was smooth, untouched, no sign of weight pressing down. I circled the trunk, looking for any hint of where it had gone, but found nothing. No footprints. No broken branches overhead. Just silence. I backed away slowly, rifle still up. The woods felt wrong, the way they do before a storm, though the sky above was a pale winter blue. Every nerve in my body screamed that I wasn't alone. I retreated then, forcing myself not to break into a run. My boots crunched softly in the snow, but beneath that sound, I thought I heard something else. A faint scrape, like iron dragged across rock, coming from somewhere far behind me. By the time I reached the cabin, sweat had soaked through my shirt despite the cold. I barred the door, checked the windows, and sat by the fire with both weapons across my lap. Night fell early, shadows swallowing the last of the daylight. I didn't light the lanterns this time. I kept the cabin dark, only the fire glowing in the hearth, so nothing outside could see me clearly. The hours dragged. Around midnight, when the fire had burned low, I heard it again, the scraping sound. Closer now, circling. My heart pounded. I rose, moving to the nearest window. Through the frost, I thought I saw something pale flicker between the trees. Not a body, not a face, just a suggestion of movement. The sound drew nearer, circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate. The way a predator moves when it knows the prey has nowhere left to go. I held my breath, afraid even that might give me away. Then came a thud against the far wall. Just once, heavy enough that dust fell from the rafters. My finger tightened on the trigger. Another thud, on the opposite side. Something testing the walls, testing me. It lasted maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour. I couldn't tell. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. Silence fell heavy as snow. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I found tracks outside. Not footprints, not paw prints. Drag marks, deep furrows that circled the cabin before veering back into the trees. I followed them only a few yards before stopping. I'd seen enough. Something was out there. Something that could move traps like they weighed nothing, bend steel like it was twine. And it wasn't hunting for food. It was hunting me. For days after, I tried to pretend otherwise. I checked my traps, though half of them were ruined or missing. I chopped wood. I cooked. But the forest had changed. It no longer felt like mine. It felt like I was the intruder. On the fifth night, the thing made sure I knew it hadn't forgotten me. I woke to the sound of the trap dragging across the porch. That iron scrape against wood made my stomach turn. I rolled out of bed, rifle in hand, and crept toward the door. Through the crack in the shutters, I saw it. The trap lay on the porch, its jaws twisted, chain dangling. And resting inside it was the hand. Pale. Twitching, fingers flexing like they were testing air. I bit back a gasp. My pulse thundered in my ears. The hand gripped the wood and pulled itself forward, dragging the trap an inch closer to the door. Then another. The boards groaned under the weight, though I never saw the body it should have been attached to. Just the hand, moving with terrible purpose. I raised the rifle, sighting through the crack. My finger pressed the trigger. The shot shattered the silence, deafening in the enclosed space. Smoke filled my lungs. When it cleared, the porch was empty. The trap, the hand gone. I stepped outside against every instinct, lantern held high. The snow around the porch was undisturbed. No drag marks, no blood. Nothing to show it had ever been there. My own footprints were the only proof of reality. I stood in the cold until my fingers went numb, staring at the empty porch, waiting for movement that never came. Finally, I went back inside, bolted the door, and and sat by the fire until dawn. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. This wasn't just a strange animal or a trick of the mind. Something unnatural was stalking me. Something that didn't follow rules I understood. I considered leaving, packing what I could and hiking down to town. But the thought of turning my back on the woods, leaving the cabin, the life I'd built here, it twisted my gut. I told myself I could outlast it. That winter would bury it. That I was stronger. But deep down I knew better. Because when I finally slept, just as the sun broke over the ridge, I dreamed. In that dream, I stood in the clearing where the first trap had snapped shut. The snow was gone, replaced by black earth, wet and shining. The trap lay open, and from it reached not one hand, but many, dozens, pale and grasping, stretching from the soil as though the earth itself was filled with them. They clutched at my boots, pulled me down into the muck. I screamed, but no sound came. And when I jolted awake, heart hammering, sweat cold on my back, I swore I could still feel those fingers brushing my skin. That was only the beginning. The morning after that dream, I sat at the table with my coffee going cold, staring at the walls of the cabin, as though they might hold an answer. The fire crackled in the hearth, but the warmth did nothing to thaw the unease gnawing through me. Every creak of the wood, every groan in the rafters made my nerves jolt. I had lived in these mountains nearly half my life, and for the first time I wondered if I had overstayed my welcome. I tried to go through the motions, checking the lines, chopping wood, mending the fence, but nothing stuck. I was distracted, jumpy, my ears tuned for that metallic drag. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, half convinced that pale hand would crawl from beneath the snow, clutching at my boots. Around noon, I hiked to the ridge to see if I could spot the drag marks again. The forest seemed ordinary, silent but for the crows overhead. I found one of my traps snapped, bait missing. But no prints, no trail. Just the sense that I was being watched. I stood there for too long. Rifle raised, the hair on my arms prickling under my coat. And then I heard it, a soft clatter of chain against stone, so faint it might have been imagined. I didn't stay to test whether it was real. I turned back, retreating to the cabin, heart hammering. That night, I locked every latch, bolted the shutters, stacked wood against the back door. I stoked the fire high and sat with both rifle and revolver close. I told myself the barricade was enough, that the walls of this cabin had weathered blizzards and storms for decades and would stand against anything. But deep down, I already knew walls mean little when something can vanish into thin air. Sometime past midnight, I woke to silence. Not the usual hush of snow, muffled woods, but a silence so total it rang in my ears. The fire had burned down to coals. Shadows clung thick across the room. And then the scrape came. Iron against wood. Slow. Measured. Right outside the door. My throat went dry. I sat up, clutching the rifle, and listened as the sound circled the cabin, dragging across the walls. The scrape paused at each window, lingering, as though something pressed against the glass from outside. Then it came back to the door, louder this time, grinding into the wood. I leveled the rifle at the door, sweat beading along my brow despite the cold. My finger hovered on the trigger. The sound stopped. Silence fell so suddenly it made my ears ring. Then 3 knocks, deliberate, slow, like knuckles rapping on the wood. I froze, chest heaving, because that was no animal. That was something that wanted me to know it could knock, that it could imitate me. I shouted, louder than I meant to, that I was armed. My voice cracked against the walls. Nothing answered. The silence stretched until I thought I might lose my mind. Finally, after what felt like hours, dawn's light seeped through the shutters. I unlocked the door with shaking hands and stepped onto the porch. The boards were gouged, deep scratches carved in long arcs. The doorframe bore 3 distinct indentations, spaced perfectly apart, like fingers had struck it. The drag marks stretched away from the cabin, weaving into the trees before fading. I couldn't deny it anymore. The thing was taunting me, testing my resolve. I packed that morning. Food, water, ammunition, the few valuables I owned. I strapped the rifle across my back and holstered the revolver. My plan was simple. Hike down the valley, reach the road, and find someone who would listen. Even if I sounded insane, I had to leave before it cornered me here. The woods were gray, the sky heavy with clouds. Snow crunched under my boots as I made my way down the trail. For the first few miles, nothing followed. The silence was almost comforting, as though the forest had granted me safe passage. But near the creek, I found something that stopped me cold. A trap, my trap, the one that had first snapped on that hand. It lay in the snow, twisted metal gleaming faintly. Inside the jaws, instead of flesh, was a scrap of cloth. Blue flannel, just like the shirt I wore. My breath caught. I reached down, fingers brushing the fabric. It was mine, torn from my sleeve. But I hadn't lost it. Not yet. The woods around me seemed to lean closer. I backed away, rifle raised, scanning the trees. That was when I saw it. Not the hand. Not the trap. The shape. Between the pines, a figure stood. Taller than any man, pale against the shadows. Its arms were too long, hanging near the ground. And from the end of one arm dangled the twisted trap, chain swinging, dragging across the snow with a sound that froze the marrow in my bones. I didn't think. I fired. The shot cracked through the stillness, echoing off the ridge. The figure jerked, staggered, but didn't fall. The trap clattered from its grip. I reloaded, fired again. The shape retreated, vanishing into the pines, as if the trees swallowed it whole. Silence rushed back. The echo of the gunshot lingered too long, unnatural, bouncing back and forth, until it died like a voice smothered. I didn't chase it. God knows I should have turned and run straight to town. But my legs carried me back to the cabin. Some part of me knew there was no outrunning it. Not in its woods. Not with its traps already set. Back inside, I sat by the fire, shaking, replaying what I'd seen. A body impossibly tall, arms like branches, skin pale as bone, and a hand that looked all too human. I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion dragged me under. I dreamed again. This time the cabin walls were gone. I stood in the forest clearing, ringed by traps, each one holding a hand. Dozens of them, twitching, straining against the iron. They pulled themselves free, crawling across the ground toward me. The sound of chains rattling filled the air. I turned, but the trees bent inward, their trunks shaped like arms, their branches like fingers, all reaching. When I woke, the fire had died. The room was ice cold, and at the foot of my bed, the trap lay open. Empty, I screamed and scrambled back, rifle raised. Nothing moved. The trap was just metal, lying on the floor. But I hadn't brought it inside. I hadn't touched it since that first day. I backed into the corner, watching it until daylight. That was the last night I spent in the cabin. At dawn, I left everything behind. I didn't pack, didn't lock the door. I just walked. I followed the ridge, then the creek, then the old logging road. I didn't stop for food or water. I didn't stop until I saw the first sign, a smoke from a chimney in the valley below. When I reached the town, I tried to explain. The sheriff looked at me like I'd lost my mind. A hand in a trap, a figure in the woods, metal bending like twine. It sounded like madness even to my own ears. But I know what I saw. I never went back to that cabin. I sold the land cheap, left the keys with a note, and walked away. Sometimes, though, late at night, when the wind rattles the windows, I hear it again. That metallic drag, that scrape against wood, and I wonder if I truly left it behind. Because sometimes I wake to find scratches on the floor by my bed. My name is Caleb Foster, and I have lived my life under the open sky, guided by the rhythm of the seasons, the call of the woods, and the unshakable knowledge that nature is both generous and cruel. I grew up hunting with my father in the forests of northern Arkansas, where the trees grow so thick their shadows swallow the light before it touches the forest floor. I was raised to respect the balance of things, to take what was needed, no more, no less. My father told me often that if you take from the woods take from you in return. It was a lesson that never quite left me, though I admit I didn't always live by it. I was 32 years old the day I shot the crow. That detail matters, because at that point I wasn't a novice hunter, wasn't a reckless boy pulling a trigger just to hear the sound. I knew better. Still, something in me made me line up the shot and pull it. Maybe it was impatience. Maybe it was arrogance. Maybe it was something else entirely. The crow had perched on the lowest branch of a sycamore tree, its feathers glossy black except for one wing, which was ragged, as though torn by some predator long ago. It didn't fly right. It sort of lurched into the air, and then settled clumsily back to the branches whenever I approached. The bird had been circling us for 3 days of our hunt, and I began to feel like it was watching me in particular. I was with 2 friends, Reed and Mason, men I had hunted with since high school. They laughed when I mentioned how often I had seen that same crow, but I swear the damn thing followed us from ridge to ridge. We needed bait for coyotes that night, and without thinking too hard about it, I lifted my rifle and fired. The crow fell, wings folded awkwardly around its small body, its single glassy eye fixed in a blank stare. I remember feeling a flicker of guilt as I picked it up. Its body was light in my hands, and I noticed the broken wing was stiff, half healed from something that must have happened months earlier. Reed said, "Hell, that'll do fine for bait," and Mason agreed. We left the bird at the edge of camp, tied to a low stake in the ground with a bit of twine so it wouldn't roll away. It never once occurred to me that I had done something wrong. But that night, when the fire burned low and the coyotes never came, I heard the flutter of wings. Not the rush of a whole flock, not the stirring of branches in the wind, just one pair, clumsy and uneven, beating the night air. When I lifted my head, I saw the crow again, perched on the same branch as before, its torn wing tucked close, its single glassy eye fixed on me. At first I thought I was mistaken, that another bird had wandered near. But when I looked down at the bait we'd staked, the crow was gone. No body, no feathers, no drag marks in the dirt. Just a bit of twine swaying in the breeze. I didn't tell Reed or Mason then. They were already restless, arguing about why the coyotes hadn't shown. Reed said the smell of smoke had driven them off. Mason claimed we'd camped too close to the river. I stayed silent and tried to shake the image of the bird from my head. The next morning, we packed up camp and moved deeper into the timber. It was late October, the leaves brittle underfoot, the air sharp with cold that hinted of the winter coming soon. I remember noticing how still the woods were that day. Not silent. No woods are ever truly silent, but restrained, as if the birds and squirrels had chosen to wait us out, watching from the shadows. By midday, we had set up at a new camp. Mason gutted a rabbit he had snared, and Reed busied himself with stacking firewood. I walked the perimeter, making sure our spot was secure. And there at the far edge of camp, on the low branch of a pine, sat the crow. Same torn wing. Same black feathers catching the light. Same glassy eye. I froze, staring at it. The crow tilted its head, a movement that felt far too deliberate, as if it understood my surprise. My mouth went dry, and I almost called out for Reed or Mason. But the bird didn't move. It just stared, and for a moment, I wondered if I'd lost my mind. I walked closer, one step at a time, until I was just beneath the tree. The bird stayed still. I could see where its wing had been torn, the jagged line of feathers sticking up like broken blades of grass. I picked up a stone and hurled it. The crow toppled, fell to the dirt, and lay still. Dead. Reed came up behind me and asked what the hell I was doing. I pointed to the crow. But when I looked back down, there was nothing. Just pine needles and dirt. He gave me a strange look, like maybe I'd had too much whiskey the night before. I didn't argue. I didn't say a word. That night, I dreamed of wings. Not flying, not the open sky, but wings beating against my chest, smothering me, choking me. I woke gasping for air, my throat tight, and when I sat up, I swore I heard the faint caw of a crow just outside camp. Mason heard it too. He cursed and threw a rock into the dark, grumbling about birds that didn't know when to quit. Reed just rolled over and went back to sleep. But me, I lay awake, listening. The sound didn't fade. It circled the camp, soft at first, then louder, until it felt like the crow was calling directly into my ear. At dawn, I went searching for it, and I found it, waiting on a stump no more than 30 feet from the fire pit. Same bird, same torn wing, same eye, the one I had shot, the one I had thrown a stone at, the one that should have been dead twice over. I didn't tell the others. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want to admit what I was seeing. Maybe because I knew they'd laugh. But deep down, I think I already understood that this crow wasn't a normal bird. And I didn't want to give it more power by speaking of it aloud. We stayed out 5 more days on that hunt. Every day, the crow appeared. Sometimes on a branch, sometimes on a rock, sometimes perched on a log just outside camp. It never ate, never flew far, never joined a flock. It only watched. And no matter how many times I tried to chase it off, throwing stones, firing warning shots, it always came back. By the 3rd day, Reed and Mason noticed. They joked about it, calling it my pet. Mason said maybe I should name it. Reed claimed it was a sign of bad luck, that crows were omens of death. I laughed with them, but my chest tightened each time I saw that glassy eye catching the light. The final night of our trip, the bird sat directly above me on a branch, close enough that I could see its claws curl against the bark. I didn't sleep. I didn't close my eyes. I sat by the fire and stared at it until dawn. And when the sun rose, it was still there, perfectly still, as if it had never once moved. When we packed up camp and started the hike back to the trucks, I prayed it would stay behind. That maybe it was tied to that stretch of forest. That maybe the curse or whatever would end when I crossed back into the world of pavement and houses and human noise. But when we reached the trailhead, I heard it again, that single uneven flutter. And when I turned, there it was, perched on the wooden sign that marked the start of the trail. Same torn wing. Same eye. And I knew then, it wasn't going to stay behind. The first night back home, I dreamt of the crow. It wasn't a fleeting nightmare I could shake off, but a slow, suffocating vision. I stood in the woods, trees towering above me, shadows stretching long and endless. The crow sat on a branch, its torn wing hanging uselessly, its glassy eye fixed on mine. It opened its beak, but no caw came, only silence. And then the silence filled me, pressed against my ribs until I woke in a sweat, gasping for breath. I told myself it was just the residue of the hunt, the kind of lingering image that comes from days spent in the timber, from the exhaustion of rough sleep and long miles. But when I walked outside to fetch firewood that morning, I froze. On the fence post near the edge of my yard sat the crow. Same torn wing, same eye. It stared at me as if it had been waiting. I dropped the firewood. For a long time, neither of us moved. A truck passed down the road and the crow didn't flinch. The wind tugged at the bare branches and it didn't shift. Finally, I shouted, waving my arms like a fool, trying to scare it off. It blinked once, slow, deliberate, then spread its uneven wings and lifted into the air, circling once over my yard, before landing in the oak tree near the edge of the property. That night, I drank whiskey straight from the bottle. Reed called to tell me he'd gotten home fine, and Mason texted about the next trip. I didn't mention the bird to either of them. Some part of me still clung to the hope if I ignored it, if I gave it no voice, it might fade. But even through the haze of liquor, I could feel it outside, perched somewhere in the dark, watching. By the end of the week, I knew ignoring it wasn't an option. Every day, the crow appeared. On the mailbox, on the roof of my truck, in the branches outside my bedroom window. I tried everything I could think of to get rid of it. Rocks, air rifle pellets, even setting a trap with scraps of meat. Nothing worked. Every morning, it was back, and always the same torn wing, glassy eye. I thought about killing it again, properly this time. But some instinct held me back. I had already killed it once, maybe twice. The idea of pulling the trigger a second time made my skin crawl. I knew that if I tried, something worse would come of it. One night, Reed called drunk. He asked if I'd noticed anything strange since the hunt. His voice cracked when he said it. I asked him what he meant, but he laughed it off and changed the subject. When I pressed, he said nothing. Just hung up. 2 days later, Mason showed up at my door without warning. His eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. He didn't bother with small talk. He just asked, "Have you seen it?" I didn't need to ask what he meant. We sat in my kitchen, a half-empty bottle of whiskey between us, and Mason told me about the crow. How it perched on his windowsill every morning. How it followed his truck when he drove into town. How his dog had started barking at shadows and refusing to go outside. He hadn't slept in 3 nights. He looked like a man unraveling at the seams. "It's not just a bird," he said, gripping his glass so hard I thought it might break. "You know that, right? It's something else. Something we shouldn't have touched." I wanted to deny it, to tell him he was imagining things, but I couldn't. I admitted that I'd seen it too, Every day since we got back. Mason nodded like he'd expected that answer. What about Reed? I asked. Mason hesitated. Then he said, he hasn't answered my calls in 2 days. We drove to Reed's house that night. It was nearly midnight when we pulled up, the headlights cutting across the gravel drive. Reed's truck was in the yard, his porch light on. But the house was dark. I knocked. No answer. Mason tried the door and it swung open. The air inside smelled stale, heavy with the odor of sweat and something else. Something sore, like rotting meat. We found Reed in the living room. He was alive, sitting on the couch, but barely. His eyes were sunken, his skin gray. The TV flickered static in front of him, but he didn't look at it. His gaze was fixed on the window, and there, perched on the sill, was the crow. Same torn wing, same glassy eye. Reed, I said softly, stepping toward him. He didn't blink. He didn't move. He only whispered, so faint I had to lean close to hear. It won't let me sleep. Mason cursed under his breath and yanked the curtains closed. The bird didn't move, didn't fly away. Its silhouette pressed against the fabric like a stain. We dragged Reed into the bedroom and forced him to lie down. He didn't fight us. He just stared at the ceiling, muttering. Mason stayed with him, and I went back to the window. The crow was gone, but I could feel it outside. We stayed at Reed's place until dawn. Mason fell asleep in a chair, but I didn't. I sat by the window with a shotgun across my lap, watching the yard waiting. Just before the first light, I heard it, the uneven flutter of wings. I rushed to the porch, heart pounding, and saw it perched on the mailbox. I raised the shotgun. My finger tightened on the trigger. But the bird tilted its head, slow and deliberate, and I froze. That glassy eye caught the dawn light. And for a moment, I felt like I wasn't looking at a bird at all, but into something vast and endless, something that reached past the woods, past the sky, into places I had no name for. I lowered the gun. When I turned, Mason was standing behind me, pale as death. You felt it too, he whispered. I didn't answer. The days that followed blurred together. Reed wouldn't leave his house. Mason wouldn't leave mine. The crow followed us everywhere. To the grocery store, to the gas station, to the diner in town. No one else seemed to notice it. People walked by without a glance, as though it didn't exist at all. But for us, it was constant. Waiting. One night, Mason snapped. He grabbed his rifle, stormed onto the porch, and fired. The shot echoed through the night. I rushed after him, shouting, but he just stood there, staring into the yard. The crow was gone. For the first time in weeks, I felt hope. Mason laughed, wild and bitter, shouting that he'd done it, that it was over. But then the laughter turned to screams. He dropped the rifle and clutched his chest, falling to his knees. Blood bubbled at his lips, his eyes wide with terror. I caught him before he hit the ground, but it was no use. His body convulsed once, twice, then went still. His eyes stared blankly into the night, and in the branches above, I heard the flutter of wings. I looked up. The crow was back. Same torn wing, same glassy eye. It watched me silent, patient, as Mason's blood soaked into the dirt at my feet. I don't remember how I got through the rest of that night. Maybe shock carried me. Maybe fear. All I know is that when the sun rose, Mason's body was still on the porch, stiff and pale. The crow was gone. I buried him in the woods behind my house. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Reed. I told myself it was what Mason would have wanted, but deep down I knew the truth. I was afraid. afraid of the questions, afraid of the answers. When I stood over his grave, shovel in hand, the air filled with the sound of wings. I looked up, and dozens of crows circled overhead, but only one had a torn wing. Only one had that glassy eye. It perched on a branch above me, silent, while the others scattered into the sky, and I understood then. This crow wasn't just following me. It wasn't just watching. It was choosing. I couldn't bring myself to leave Mason's grave for hours. The soil was damp, clinging to the shovel, heavy as if the earth itself resisted swallowing him. Above me, the crow waited, unmoving. That glassy eye never left me, and I felt a weight in my chest, as if the bird had placed something inside me that would never leave. When I finally stumbled back to the house, I thought of Reed. I had left him broken in his living room, curtains drawn, muttering into the static glow. A part of me wanted to call, to check on him. But what could I say? That Mason was gone, that the crow had chosen him and now it was watching me. Reed already knew. He had always known. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw wings. Not beating in the air, but pressed against my face, smothering, filling my mouth and lungs until I gasped awake. I sat by the window with my shotgun, whiskey bottle close at hand, listening for that uneven flutter. Hours passed. The crow never came inside, but I could feel it just beyond the light, perched where I couldn't see, waiting. By morning, I decided I had to go to Reed. Whatever this thing was, we were tied together in it. Mason was gone, and I didn't want to be alone when the crow finally decided it was my turn. I drove out early, the road still slick with dew. The world quiet in that unsettling way before the day fully wakes. Every turn of the wheel felt heavy, as though the truck resisted. I caught movement in the rearview mirror more than once. Wings, a flash of black feathers. But when I looked, the road behind was empty. Reed's house looked worse than before. The curtains were drawn, the yard overgrown. I knocked, but no one answered. I tried the door. It was unlocked. The smell inside hit me like a wall, rot, sweat, decay. I forced myself through the living room, my boots crunching against something brittle on the carpet. Bones. Bird bones scattered across the floor. The TV still glowed with static. It sounded a soft hiss that filled the silence. Reed. My voice cracked. I found him in the bedroom, or what was left of him. He sat propped against the wall, eyes wide open, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. His body was withered, sunken, as though something had drained the life out of him from the inside. On the windowsill, staring down at him, was the crow. Same torn wing, same glassy eye. When it saw me, it tilted its head. The glassy eye caught the thin light seeping through the curtains. I raised my shotgun, finger trembling on the trigger. But I didn't fire. Somehow I knew what would happen if I did. Mason had proved it. The crow could not be killed. Not by bullets, not by stones. Killing it only meant it would take more. The crow cawed once, sharp and loud, and I swear it echoed in my chest like a second heartbeat. Then it spread its wings and lifted into the air, disappearing into the gloom of the house. I stumbled outside, gagging on the stench. The sky was thick with clouds, and as I looked up, I saw them. Dozens of crows circling overhead. Among them, I found the one with the torn wing, flying steady despite the damage. My stomach turned cold. I drove without direction. I don't remember how long I was on the road, only that I couldn't go home. Not with that bird waiting. I ended up at my father's old cabin deep in the woods. It hadn't been touched in years, dust on the windows, moss creeping along the roofline. But it was isolated, and isolation felt like safety, at least for the moment. Inside, I built a fire and tried to breathe. My father's words echoed in my mind. If you take from the woods take from you. I had taken the crow's life, and now it was collecting in return. Mason, Reed, and me, soon. The cabin groaned with the weight of the years. I sat by the fire with the shotgun, staring into the flames. Outside, the caw of a crow cut through the night. Not many, just one. Uneven, broken. I didn't move. I couldn't. The sound came closer, circling the cabin, then landing on the roof with a soft thump. My skin prickled. I imagined its claws scraping shingles, its eyes staring down through the beams. Then came another sound, knocking. Not on the door. On the window. Soft, deliberate taps like fingernails against glass. I turned my head slowly. The crow sat on the sill, wings folded, eye gleaming in the firelight. Its beak tapped once more, sharp and clear. I raised the shotgun, but my hands shook so badly I couldn't line up the sights. The bird didn't move. It just watched. Then, without warning, the window cracked. A thin line ran down the glass, spider webbing outward. I stumbled back as the crow tapped again, harder this time. The glass shattered, spilling into the cabin, and the bird stepped inside as if it belonged there. I fired. The blast deafened me in the small room, smoke choking the air. When it cleared, the crow was gone. But the glassy eye gleamed from the shadows of the cabin, higher now, larger. My breath caught. From the corner, something stepped forward. It was the crow, but not as I had seen it before. Its body was larger, human-sized. Wings stretched wide and ragged, feathers clinging to gray, mottled flesh. Its head was twisted, beak sharp and black, but its eye, its single glassy eye, stared at me with a hunger that froze my blood. I tried to fire again, but the shotgun jammed. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug, hitting the floor hard. The thing crouched low, wings scraping the ceiling, and in a voice like broken glass, it spoke. You took me. The words weren't human. They were caws twisted into shape, but I understood them. It leaned closer. I could smell raw earth and blood. Now I take you. I don't remember much after that. Just the feeling of wings against my face, pressing down, smothering. My lungs burning. My vision fading. When I woke, the fire had burned to embers. The cabin was silent. The shotgun lay beside me, useless. My chest ached with every breath. I stumbled outside into the dawn. The sky was empty, the woods still. For the first time in weeks, there was no crow. No torn wing. No glassy eye. I thought maybe it was over. That it had taken what it wanted and left me alive. But when I looked into the trees, I saw something that froze me where I stood. Dozens of crows perched on the branches, silent, watching. Every one of them had a torn wing. Every one of them had a single glassy eye. I don't know how long I stood there, staring back at them. My legs shook, my mind screaming for me to run, but I couldn't. I understood now. The crow hadn't left me alive out of mercy. It had left me alive to carry something. Even now, back at home, I hear the flutter of wings at night. I see the glassy eye in every reflection. In the mirror, in the window, in the dark water of the sink. Sometimes I wake with feathers in my mouth, choking on them. Sometimes I hear the words again, low and broken. You took me. Now I take you. I haven't left the house in days. I know it's only a matter of time. Maybe it won't kill me like it did Mason. Maybe it won't drain me like it did Reed. Maybe it has something else in mind. I don't know if I'll ever escape it. Maybe you can't escape what you bring on yourself. Maybe you can't undo a wrong once you've crossed the line. All I know is that the crow won't die. And neither, it seems, will what it left inside me. My name is Damon Wright, and the events I am about to recount have weighed on me in ways I never imagined when I first set foot on those cliffs. I was raised to respect the wilderness, to treat it as a place of both beauty and danger. But nothing in my upbringing or experience prepared me for the thing that shadowed me there. It is not easy for me to speak of this, because the memory is a raw wound. But for the sake of honesty and my own need for release, I will try to describe it exactly as it happened. I was 27 when I traveled with 3 companions to the sandstone ridges in southern Utah. The trip had started as nothing more than a weekend excursion, an escape from our work in the city. My friend Marcus had always insisted that hiking cleared the mind better than any therapy session, and for years I had trusted him to pick our routes. With us were Lena, a sharp and resilient woman who had been my neighbor growing up, and her younger brother Caleb, who was eager to prove himself against terrain most would wisely avoid. We carried only what we needed: ropes, water, food rations, and the naive assumption that the land would remain indifferent to our presence. The first day passed without incident. The cliffs stretched out like giant red walls, carved by time, patterned with shadows that deepened as the sun began to lower. We set camp on a ledge overlooking a valley so vast it seemed bottomless, the kind of place that steals your breath with its scale. I remember how Caleb joked that if you shouted into it, the echo might not come back for days. His voice bounced weakly off the walls, a thin reminder of how small we were. At that point, none of us felt threatened. We were tired, but the kind of tired that feels earned. Our legs heavy, but our spirits light. That night, the wind pushed through the narrow cuts in the rock, whistling like a low flute. I lay awake longer than the others, staring at the stars. The sky over those cliffs seemed sharper somehow, as if the constellations had moved closer. When I finally closed my eyes, I heard something that wasn't wind. A shuffle of hooves against stone, faint but unmistakable. I assumed it was a mountain goat straying close, which was not unusual for the region. I had seen goats cling to impossible ledges before, their sure-footedness almost unnatural, so I did not wake the others. It was only the next day, when we first saw it, that I realized what I had heard was not any ordinary animal. We were moving along a ridge, narrow enough that every step demanded focus. Loose rock threatened to slide, and the drop on either side promised a swift death to anyone careless. Marcus led, Lena followed, then me, with Caleb in the back. The air was dry, the kind that makes every swallow feel like it steals something from your throat. As I reached for a handhold in the stone, I caught sight of movement above us, a pale shape outlined against the sky. At first I thought it was another goat, but when it turned its head in our direction I froze. Its face, or what should have been its face, was wrong. The sockets where eyes belonged were smooth and sunken, as though nature had forgotten to finish it. Those hollow spaces caught the light in a way that gave them depth, and even from the distance, I felt them lock onto me. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the air shifted in my lungs. I could not look away. The goat stood with perfect balance on a slope so sheer that no creature had business standing there. Its head tilted, slow and deliberate, and then it stepped sideways with a grace that seemed rehearsed. I must have slowed my pace because Caleb bumped into me. "You all right?" he asked, his voice too loud in the stillness. I could not answer. By the time he followed my gaze, the thing had already moved higher along the cliff, out of easy sight, but not gone. I told him nothing, only urged him to keep moving. Something in me already knew. It was unwise to name what we saw, as though speaking it aloud would grant it power. We pressed on until the sun sank, and the walls turned the color of dried blood. Camp was set again, but my mind was elsewhere. While Marcus and Caleb laughed over some story, I kept scanning the ledges above us. I convinced myself that what I had seen was only a goat with an injury, some deformity I had exaggerated in my head. But when the night grew deep and the fire shrank to embers, I heard the hooves again. Closer this time, measured steps that stopped when I turned. Sleep abandoned me. I watched the darkness until my eyes burned, and it was then I saw it again, standing at the far edge of firelight. Its body was angular, its hide ragged, as if parts of it had been scraped raw against the stone. The hollows of its face reflected nothing, yet I swear it looked directly at me. I reached for Marcus, shaking his shoulder, but when he stirred, the goat was gone, as if the shadows had pulled it away. The following morning, I lied and told the others I had heard coyotes in the night. They accepted the explanation easily enough, but my nerves betrayed me on the trail. My boots slipped on loose shale, nearly sending me over the side, and Marcus had to grab me by the pack straps to keep me upright. He gave me a long, steady look, the kind of friend gives when he knows something is wrong, but chooses not to ask. Yet. By midday, we reached a pass where the cliffs split into two paths, one leading higher, one sloping down toward the basin. Marcus suggested the lower trail, but I felt a pulled pull toward the upper. I cannot explain it, only that the thought of descending felt unsafe, in a way I could not rationalize. Lena sided with Marcus, but before the argument could settle, a clatter of stone above us drew our attention. The goat stood there again, perched on a ledge above the higher path. No eyes, no hesitation. This time they all saw it. Caleb cursed under his breath. "What the hell is wrong with its face?" he muttered. Marcus said nothing, just stared as the goat shifted one hoof forward, then another, climbing with a speed that mocked gravity. We watched it scale the cliff until it disappeared around a bend, but none of us believed it was truly gone. That was when the silence began to weigh on us. Birds that had flitted overhead all morning vanished. Even the wind seemed to retreat, leaving only the sound of our boots and the occasional rattle of loose stone. We continued upward, because none of us had the courage to take the lower path anymore, though no one admitted it aloud. As evening fell, the terrain sharpened into knife-edge ridges. We moved carefully, ropes clipped between us, but I could feel my balance thinning, as though the air itself conspired to shove me sideways. It was Caleb who spotted it next, higher still, its head angled down toward us. He shouted, pointing, and we all followed his hand. The goat stood motionless, yet every nerve in me screamed that it was not waiting. It was hunting. When darkness came, we made camp in a sheltered on three sides. The firelight flickered against the rock, giving a false sense of safety. Marcus finally confronted me then, asking what I had seen first. I told them the truth, or as much of it as I could bear to speak, that the goat had no eyes, that it had been watching us since the first night. Lena shook her head, refusing to believe, but Caleb's silence told me he had seen enough to know I wasn't lying. That night was the worst. The hooves circled us, tapping across stone, sometimes near, sometimes impossibly far, as if the cliffs themselves carried the sound. I held my knife in one hand until dawn painted the rocks with dull fire. None of us had slept, and when Marcus suggested turning back, the goat itself answered. It appeared at the mouth of the pass we would have taken, standing like a sentinel, blocking our return. It did not move toward us, but it did not need to. The message was clear: we were not leaving the way we came. We were trapped in those cliffs, and whatever that thing was, it had chosen us. I cannot forget the way Marcus's face looked when the goat barred the path behind us. He had always been the most pragmatic of us, the one who weighed risk against reward with calm judgment. But when his eyes met mine, I saw fear like a mirror of my own. He whispered, almost to himself, "It knows what it's doing." Lena snapped at him, telling him not to say that, but her voice trembled and betrayed the truth. We all believed it. We had no choice but to press forward. The cliffs seemed to tighten around us, narrowing into a labyrinth of stone. The air thinned, scraping against our lungs. Caleb tried to keep up his bravado, humming tunelessly under his breath, but every few steps his head jerked toward the ridges above, as if expecting the goat to leap down on him. My skin prickled with the same expectation. Hours bled away without relief. We rationed our water carefully, though our throats were parched. The sun beat down on the rock, only to vanish behind jagged walls that left us in cold shadow. That sense of being watched never lifted. Each time I dared to look over my shoulder, I saw nothing. But I felt it, the same as one feels a hand lingering too close in the dark. It was Lena who faltered first. She sat down hard on the trail, pulling at her boots, insisting her ankle was swollen. Marcus knelt beside her, checking for injury, but the look they exchanged told me it wasn't pain that stopped her. It was despair. She whispered that she couldn't climb anymore, that the path was leading us somewhere we weren't meant to go. Caleb scoffed, called it melodrama, but his voice cracked like dry wood. That was when the sound came again. The scrape of hooves, deliberate and slow, just beyond sight. We all froze. Marcus's hand went to the climbing axe at his belt. I tightened my grip on my knife until my knuckles burned white. The sound circled us, as though the cliff itself were hooves. When it stopped, silence crushed the air. And then, impossibly, from above, we heard a bleating noise. But it was not the cry of any goat I had ever known. It was hollow, drawn out, almost human in its suffering. The sound carried down the stone and into our bones. Lena clamped her hands over her ears, whispering for it to stop. Caleb swore under his breath. My own stomach turned to ice. That cry should not have existed in this world. Marcus made the decision for all of us. He ordered us up the trail faster than before. If it wants us up here, let's meet it where it waits, he said through clenched teeth. I didn't agree, but the alternative was staying in the open, listening to that sound until madness claimed us. So we climbed. The higher we went, the stranger the cliffs became. Carvings appeared in the stone, weathered but recognizable. Lines, spirals, crew figures etched by hands long dead. Some looked like goats, yes, but twisted, with horns that curled in impossible angles, with faces left blank where eyes should have been. I tried not to stare, but my gaze returned to them again and again, drawn as if to answers I could not interpret. Caleb traced one with his fingers, only to recoil as though the rock had burned him. He wouldn't say what he felt. We reached a plateau by late afternoon, wide enough for us to rest. The view stretched forever in all directions. Red cliffs bleeding into blue sky, shadows like dark rivers between. For a moment, I felt small comfort that nothing could approach us unseen. But then I realized the truth. The plateau was a stage, and we were standing in the center of it. The goat appeared at the far edge, stepping into the light without hesitation. Its body looked wrong in the sun, two lean ribs pressing against its hide, patches of hair missing. Its eyeless face tilted, hollow sockets angled directly toward us. None of us moved. My heart pounded so hard it filled my ears. It took one step then another. Not fast, not charging, but with certainty, like a shepherd approaching his flock. Caleb shouted at it, hurling a rock in its direction. The stone clattered short, skidding uselessly. The goat did not even flinch. Instead, it stopped, lifted its head higher, and released another of those awful cries, half bleat, half human wail. Lena sobbed openly. Marcus held his axe tight, his knuckles trembling. I thought of running, of trying to scale the opposite side of the plateau, but something in me knew it would follow faster than we could flee. We were mice waiting for the hawk, but it did not rush us. It only turned, slow and deliberate, and climbed another wall of stone as though weight meant nothing. In moments it was gone from sight again. Caleb cursed, demanded we leave before it returned, but Marcus shook his head. "It's not chasing us," he said, voice hoarse. "It's hurting us." The words struck me like a blow. Hurting. As though we were nothing more than livestock, being guided to slaughter. That night we dared not build a fire. We huddled together in the cold, whispering little, straining for any sound. The stars shone mercilessly above us, bright and uncaring. At some point, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted into a half-sleep. That was when I felt it. A presence. Not touch, not sound, but the overwhelming sense that something stood just beyond the dark, watching. My body refused to move. My breath caught in my chest. In my mind, I saw those hollow sockets fixed on me, closer than they had ever been. I wanted to scream, but my voice failed. Hours later, when morning finally came, I could not prove it had been there. But I knew. The next day blurred together. We moved higher still, our bodies wearing down. My legs ached, my throat was raw, my thoughts frayed. Marcus muttered to himself, words I couldn't catch. Lena barely spoke at all, moving like a ghost. Caleb tried to joke, but each attempt died in his throat. By afternoon, the trail narrowed into a ledge no wider than a single boot. Sheer drop on one side, towering wall on the other. We clipped ourselves together with rope, each step cautious. Halfway across, I heard the hooves again. Above us. Close. I dared to look. There it was, directly overhead, clinging to the vertical wall like it defied all natural law. Its legs bent at odd angles. Hooves gripping cracks too small for fingers. Its eyeless face hung down toward us, so near I could have touched it with an outstretched hand. Lena screamed. Caleb lost his footing, jerking against the rope. Marcus anchored himself and caught us all, shouting for calm. My own vision spun. The goat did not move, only watched, or whatever passed for watching. Then, as swiftly as it had appeared, it scuttled upward and was gone. When we reached safety on the far side, we collapsed. Marcus cut the rope from his harness, muttering that we had to move faster, get ahead of it. I asked where he thought we could go, but he did not answer. That night was worse than the last. We built no fire again. The hooves circled closer. At times I swore I saw shapes in the dark. More than one, flickering at the edge of sight. The cries came again, echoing through the stone, each one more anguished than the last. I held my knife, but it felt like a toy in my hand. Sleep came in broken fragments. In one of them, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, that the goat stood above me, hollow sockets dripping black fluid onto my chest. When I woke, my shirt was damp with dew, but the smell of iron clung to it. By dawn, Marcus had made his decision. "We keep climbing," he said, voice flat, eyes sunken. "It wants us higher. Maybe the top is where we can end this." None of us argued. We were too far gone. The cliffs narrowed into a funnel, guiding us like cattle. The carvings grew more frequent, more grotesque goats without eyes, humans bent on all fours, horns sprouting from their skulls. Some figures were headless, some without mouths. The sight of them sickened me. Yet I couldn't look away. They told a story I almost understood, but not enough to save us. By late day, the plateau gave way to a hollow basin surrounded by sheer walls. We had reached what looked like the end of the path. Trapped. Caleb raged, shouting curses that bounced uselessly against the stone. Lena sank to her knees. Marcus gripped his axe and stared upward. The goat appeared then, standing at the rim above us, black against the sky. And it was not alone. Shapes gathered beside it, silhouettes with twisted horns and hollow faces. More goats, or things like goats. They moved with the same certainty, the same impossible balance. One bleated, another answered, their cries blending into a chorus that shook the basin walls. I realized then the truth we had refused to speak. We were not being chased. We were being delivered. And the cliffs themselves had always been their pen. When I saw the shapes gathering along the rim, I knew hope had left us long before we entered those cliffs. The basin was too steep to escape, too sheer to climb. We were penned in, and the herd, if I can even call them that, waited above, eyeless and silent now, their bodies outlined against the bruised evening sky. Caleb screamed at them, voice cracking, promising he would kill them all if they came down. His threats were hollow, his trembling hands betraying the truth. Lena clutched at him, begged him to stop, but he shook her off and began hurling rocks upward. They clattered against the walls, fell uselessly, never reaching the rim. The figures didn't flinch. They simply stood there watching. Marcus broke the silence first. His voice was calm, but it was the calm of resignation, not reason. "We're not leaving here," he said. "Not unless they let us." His axe hung limp in his hand. His eyes looked older than they had that morning. I wanted to argue, to insist there had to be another way, but the words refused to form. My throat was too dry, my chest too tight. Deep inside, I already knew he was right. The cliffs had guided us here, as surely as a shepherd guides sheep into a pen. The carvings, the narrowing paths, the constant presence of that first goat, it had all been leading to this. Night fell. Shadows pooled in the basin until we could barely see one another. Still, the figures on the rim remained, unmoving, like statues carved of bone and darkness. Their silence pressed heavier than their cries ever had. We huddled together, too frightened to sleep, too exhausted to remain alert. Hours stretched into something unmeasurable. Time lost meaning. Then came the sound. It began as a single scrape of hooves against stone, echoing down the walls. Then another and another, until the basin shuddered with the rhythm of countless steps. The figures descended, not by climbing, but by moving as though gravity meant nothing. They slid and twisted along the vertical rock, their limbs bending at angles that defied sense. One by one, they landed softly on the floor around us. We were surrounded. Their bodies were gaunt, rib cages pressing through skin. Patches of fur missing like disease had eaten them away. Where eyes should have been were smooth, glistening hollows, dark as tunnels with no end. The smell of rot clung to them, sharp and metallic. My stomach churned at the stench, but fear kept me rooted. The first goat, the one that had followed us from the beginning, stepped forward. Its hollow face lifted toward Marcus, then Lena, then Caleb, then me. I swore I felt something reach inside my head, pulling at thoughts I had never voiced, memories I had tried to bury. It was as though those sockets weren't empty at all but doorways. Caleb snapped. He charged at it, knife raised, screaming as though fury could undo terror. The goat moved faster than my eyes could track. One instant it was still. The next its body slammed against him. Caleb crumpled without even a cry, his head striking stone with a sound that turned my stomach. He didn't rise. Lena shrieked, trying to run, but two more shapes blocked her path. They pressed close, not touching her, only hemming her in. She fell to her knees, sobbing into her hands. Marcus stepped between her and them, axe raised, but his stance sagged with futility. I could see in his eyes that he knew what I did. None of our weapons mattered here. The first goat turned toward me. My knife felt like a child's toy. My legs locked. All I could do was stare into those hollows. They drew me forward, deeper, until the world around me blurred. The basin, the cliffs, even my companions. Everything dimmed as though pulled behind a veil. And then I saw. Not with my eyes, but with something deeper. Images poured into me, men and women driven into these cliffs long before us, herded the same way, their faces frozen in terror. I saw goats' eyes leading them higher, always higher, until there was nowhere left to go. I saw the carvings etched by hands that trembled, as they tried to record the truth, warnings no one would ever understand in time. I saw what became of those people. Their bodies twisted, their eyes hollowed, their shapes bent into the same unnatural forms that now surrounded us. The cliffs did not merely kill. They consumed, remade, turned living flesh into things that carried on the cycle. The vision snapped away. I was back in the basin, my knees buckling beneath me. The goat still stood before me, unmoving, but I understood its message. I had been shown my future. Marcus roared then, a sound of pure defiance. He swung his axe into the nearest creature, the blade biting deep. Black fluid sprayed across the stone. For an instant, hope flickered in me. But the goat did not fall. It staggered, then turned its hollow face toward him. And with one sharp movement, its horns pierced his chest. Marcus gasped once, then fell lifeless. The axe clattered from his hand. Lena's screams broke into hysterical sobs. She begged for mercy, begged to be spared, promised anything. The goats closed in, pressing tighter. Their cries rose together, that awful mix of bleating and human wail, echoing until my ears rang. I don't remember how long it lasted. Minutes, hours, an eternity. When the cries finally died, the basin was silent again. Lena lay still beside Marcus, her face twisted in fear even in death. Caleb's body remained crumpled where he had fallen. Only I was left standing, shaking, knife useless in my hand. The first goat stepped closer. Its horns lowered, brushing against my chest. I waited for the strike, for the end. But it did not come. Instead, the hollow sockets tilted toward me once more, pulling me back into that blackness, and I understood. It had chosen me. Not to die. Not yet. But to carry the story. To walk away while they remained, so that the tale would spread, so that fear would draw others to these cliffs. The herd did not hunt blindly. They hunted with purpose. They needed witnesses, voices to lure the next flock. I stumbled from the basin at dawn, weak and half mad. The goats were gone, vanished into the cliffs. My companions remained where they fell. I did not bury them. I could not. The cliffs themselves would claim them soon enough. I climbed down in a daze, found the trail, followed it until the land opened and the world felt real again. That was months ago. People ask why I look so hollow now, why I avoid sleep, why I jump at the sound of stones shifting underfoot. I give them excuses they will believe. What else can I say? That I was spared by something that does not forgive, that my survival is only another part of their design. But when I close my eyes, I see them still, the goats with no eyes, the way they moved, the way they waited. And I hear their cries echoing across stone, promising they are not finished. I do not know why they let me go. Perhaps it was mercy. Perhaps it was cruelty. Or perhaps it was simply the way the herd has always grown. And when I lie awake in the dark, I know the truth. They are still climbing, always climbing, faster than we can ever run. My name is Aaron Whitfield, and I was raised in the sort of family where a love of the outdoors was handed down like heirlooms. My father taught me how to build a fire in the rain. My mother how to follow a trail without leaving a mess of footprints behind. It became part of me, a quiet reverence for forests, rivers, and mountains. I would spend my weekends wandering beyond the familiar parks, pushing further into forgotten trails and shuttered campgrounds. That sort of curiosity is what brought me, one autumn weekend, into a part of the state forest that had been marked off limits for as long as I could remember. The maps still showed the paths, but the ranger stations no longer handed out permits for that section. I had heard a dozen reasons: landslides, old mines, fire damage. The most common answer was simply maintenance. The truth was, nobody seemed to know for sure why the area was closed, and nobody cared enough to ask. Except me. I had parked my truck on the shoulder just after sunset, where the rusted gates blocked the service road. The metal was twisted and bent, clearly not maintained in years. I slipped my pack over my shoulders and walked past, the hush of pine needles beneath my boots. I wasn't planning to camp far, just far enough to say I had slept in the forbidden woods. It was reckless, maybe even stupid, but I couldn't resist. There's something about being where you shouldn't that makes every sound sharper, every breath louder. By the time I found a flat stretch to pitch my tent, the sky was a dull bruise fading to black. The trees rose around me like pillars, close enough that the wind made their crowns hiss together. I set my small fire carefully, the way my father had taught me, and cooked a simple meal of beans and rice. Nothing about the night seemed unusual, except for the silence. I've camped in dozens of forests, and there are always noises. Crickets, owls, the distant trickle of a stream. Here, there was only the wind. The quiet felt unnatural, but I convinced myself it was because I was tired. I lay in my tent with the lantern off, letting the last glow of my campfire fade into embers. The dark pressed close, thicker than I liked. My ears strained for anything. And then I saw it. Through the thin mesh of my tent, just beyond the ring of my campsite, A light moved between the trees. It wasn't bright, just a faint glow like a candle flame. But it swayed in a steady rhythm, back and forth, like something was swinging it gently on a handle. At first I thought it had to be another camper, maybe some other rule breaker like me. But the path of the light was wrong. It floated between the trees without the bob or stagger of human footsteps. I sat up, unzipping the tent flap just enough to watch. The glow brightened slightly, and now I could make out the source, an old lantern, the kind made of glass and metal, with a handle curving over the top. The flame inside guttered yellow. No one held it. The lantern hung in the air, moving smoothly, impossibly, between the trunks. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I told myself there must be an explanation. A prank, a trick of reflection, even fireflies caught in a jar. But deep down, I knew it was none of those. The lantern was real, and it had no bearer. I grabbed my flashlight, thinking if I shone it toward the glow, I would see a figure holding it. My beam cut through the darkness in a sharp white line. But when it touched the lantern, the light collapsed into shadow. The lantern dimmed as if my flashlight was starving it, until only the faintest outline remained. Then it flickered and vanished. The forest was left in silence again. I zipped the tent closed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sleep was out of the question. I lay awake listening, every muscle rigid, waiting for footsteps that never came. At some point exhaustion pulled me under, but my dreams were tangled, glimpses of yellow fire weaving through endless pines. When morning came, pale sunlight filtered weakly through the canopy. I forced myself up, checked the perimeter of my camp, and found nothing unusual. No tracks, no burn marks, no stray equipment. It would have been easy to write off the whole thing as a dream. Almost, except for one detail. Near the edge of my fire pit lay a shard of glass, blackened at the edges. I picked it up carefully, turning it in the light. It was curved, thick, and unmistakable, the kind of glass that might have once formed the wall of a lantern. I put it in my pocket, even though part of me wanted to toss it away. Then I broke camp quickly, eager to leave the oppressive quiet behind. But something in me resisted turning back so soon. Curiosity gnawed at me. Why was that section of forest really closed? Why had I seen the lantern? So instead of hiking back toward the gate, I struck deeper between the pines. The trails here were nearly erased, swallowed by needles and moss. Sunlight rarely reached the ground, and what little broke through looked like dust suspended in air. I walked for hours, guided only by a compass and instinct. By noon, the forest seemed endless, with no landmarks to tell me how far I had come. That was when I saw the first carving. On the trunk of a pine, deep grooves had been cut in the bark. They formed a symbol I didn't recognize, a circle with a line through it, intersected by jagged marks. The cuts were old, edges gray and weathered. I brushed my hand over them and felt a shiver crawl up my arm. There were more symbols on nearby trees, all different but sharing the same harsh style. They looked less like trailblazes and more like warnings. I thought about turning back again. I should have. But each step felt pulled forward, as though the forest itself wanted me deeper. It was late afternoon when I reached the clearing. The trees opened suddenly to reveal a space, maybe 30 feet across. In the center stood a wooden post, rotten and tilting, with a rusted metal hook at the top. And hanging from that hook was another lantern, identical to the one I'd seen the night before. This one was unlit. I froze at the edge of the clearing, every nerve screaming to retreat. Yet my feet carried me closer, crunching over pine cones and brittle needles. The lantern swayed slightly, though no wind moved through the clearing. I stopped an arm's length away, staring at it. Its glass panes were cracked, soot clinging to the inside. The metal frame was rusted through, flakes falling at the slightest touch of air. It looked ancient, forgotten. Then, faint as a sigh, the wick inside sparked. A single ember bloomed to life, growing until a flame licked the glass. The lantern lit itself. I staggered back, nearly tripping. As the flame flared brighter, it cast long shadows across the clearing, stretching the trees into towering shapes. My hand went to my flashlight again, but I didn't dare use it. Some instinct told me the lantern would not appreciate interference. Instead, I stood frozen as the flame pulsed. The light swelled, dimmed, then swelled again, like a heartbeat. It wasn't random. It was rhythmic, almost like it was communicating. I whispered, without knowing why, "What do you want?" The flame surged. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and fled back into the forest, branches whipping against my face, lungs burning. I didn't stop until the symbols on the trees vanished, and the world looked like ordinary woods again. By then the sky was bruising with evening. I had no choice but to set camp once more, far from the clearing, far from the lantern. That night I didn't cook, didn't light a fire. I huddled in the tent, clutching the shard of glass I had found. Sleep, once again, refused me. My mind replayed the lantern's pulsing glow, the sense of intent behind it, and in the small hours just before dawn, I saw the light again. Not in the distance this time, but right outside my tent. The glow seeped through the fabric, swaying back and forth, closer than before. My breath locked in my chest. The flame was steady, deliberate, circling the tent as though it were searching for a way inside. And then, without warning, the zipper began to move. The sound of the zipper being tugged was almost too soft to hear, but in the silence of the forest it became unbearable. I froze, every muscle rigid, my breath shallow as I watched the little metal tab shiver against the fabric. Inch by inch, the teeth separated. Cold air slipped inside. I wanted to move, to reach for my flashlight or knife, but fear pinned me flat against the ground. The glow outside swelled until the inside of my tent was lit with a sickly yellow, every shadow thrown long and sharp. It was no ordinary light. It bled through the nylon as though the lantern's flame were searing straight into the material itself. The zipper stopped halfway. The glow trembled. I clenched my jaw and forced my hand to move, inching toward the flashlight at my side. Before I touched it, the zipper reversed with a rasp, closing the flap. The glow outside withdrew, slowly, like something circling prey it had marked, but wasn't yet ready to claim. I stayed awake the rest of the night, waiting for the light to return, but it never did. When dawn came, the forest looked exactly as it had the day before: endless pines, needles damp with dew, and no sign of what had stalked me in the dark. I packed quickly. I told myself I'd leave, that I'd hike straight back to the gate, return to my truck, and never come here again. But my boots carried me deeper instead. It was more compulsion than choice. Something about the lantern, its deliberate rhythm, the way it pulsed like a heartbeat, kept pulling at my mind. I needed to understand. The second day's hike carried me north, where the ground sloped into a valley. Fog drifted between the trees, softening their trunks to pale silhouettes. The deeper I went, the stronger the quiet pressed. Birds avoided the valley. Even the wind seemed hesitant. The only sound was the crunch of my steps and the faint rattle of the glass shard I kept in my pocket. Around midday, I found another clearing. This one was stranger than the last. At its center lay a ring of stones, blackened from old fire. Moss clung to them, but beneath the growth, the edges looked carved, squared by tools rather than weather. Scattered around the ring were remnants of iron. Hinges, nails, a bent cooking pot. Evidence of some long abandoned camp. I knelt to study the stones, brushing moss aside, and felt heat rise through my palm. It was faint but real. The stones were warm, as though they'd held fire recently. Yet the moss was thick, roots gripping deep. Whatever had burned here hadn't been lit by human hands in years. A flicker caught the corner of my eye. At the far side of the clearing, just within the tree line, a lantern swayed. The same as before, glass cracked, metal rusted, yet the flame inside burned steady. I rose slowly, heart pounding. The lantern hovered higher than eye level, as if suspended from a hand that wasn't there. This time, I didn't run. "Who are you?" I called out, voice trembling despite my effort to sound steady. The lantern drifted closer, its light washing over the stones and scattering the fog. As it moved, I realized the flame wasn't constant. It pulsed again, just like before. Slow, deliberate beats, like a signal. 1 for yes, I whispered to myself, 2 for no. It was absurd, but it gave me courage. I raised my voice. You understand me?" The flame swelled once. My stomach dropped. "Are you human?" 2 pulses. The air thickened. I swallowed hard. "Were you once human?" 1 pulse. I stumbled back a step. The fog seemed to close in, the world tightening to just me, the stones, and the impossible light. My hand went instinctively to the shard of glass in my pocket. The instant I touched it, the lantern flared violently, the flame pressing bright enough to force my eyes shut. When I opened them, the lantern was gone. Only the clearing remained, still and gray. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it. But the warmth in the stones lingered, and the rhythm of the flame still echoed in my chest. That night, I found a slope to camp on, far from the valley. I didn't dare light a fire, but I sat awake with my lantern. The ordinary, battery-powered one, casting a pale circle around me. My ears strained at every rustle. Hours dragged by. My eyelids grew heavy despite the fear. I woke to footsteps. They circled just beyond the light, crunching pine needles with deliberate weight. Too slow for an animal. Too steady. I clutched my flashlight, swinging it into the dark, but saw nothing. The steps stopped. Then, softly, a glow bloomed in the distance. The lantern. It swayed closer, gliding through the trees. And this time there was more. Shapes moved behind it, indistinct, their forms bleeding in and out of the light. Not quite human. Too tall, too thin, their outlines bending unnaturally, like shadows forced into bodies. The lantern led them, and they followed obediently. I held my breath, heart pounding so loud, I thought it would give me away. The procession passed no more than 20 feet from my camp. The figures never turned their heads, never looked toward me. But I felt their presence graze my skin like static. When they vanished into the trees, the glow fading, I realized my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I had seen something no one should, and I knew, deep down, they would return. At dawn, I made my decision. I wasn't leaving. Not yet. If I left, the questions would rot in me forever. Who were they? What bound them to this forest? Why the lantern? I began to follow. For hours, I trailed in the direction they had gone, marking my path with strips of fabric so I wouldn't lose my way. The forest grew darker, denser, as though the canopy thickened deliberately to choke out the sun. Time became impossible to measure. And then I found it. The ruin of a cabin, half collapsed into the earth. Its roof sagged, walls splintered, windows shattered. Around it, trees had grown close, roots tearing through the foundation as if trying to swallow the structure whole. But it wasn't the cabin that froze me. It was what hung outside. Lanterns. Dozens of them, maybe 100, suspended from branches, hooks, ropes. All shapes and sizes, their glass cracked, their frames rusted. Yet each one burned with the same steady flame. The forest glowed in a sickly halo, shadows weaving between the trunks. I stood at the edge of that hellish garden, unable to breathe. The air reeked of oil and soot, thick enough to sting my lungs. Every lantern swayed gently, though the air was still. And beneath the constant glow, the ground was littered with shards of broken glass, so thick they crunched under my boots. A figure moved inside the cabin. I froze, squinting through the broken wall. The figure was tall, draped in tattered cloth, its face obscured. In its hand, it held nothing, but the lantern nearest to it swung in perfect rhythm with the tilt of its arm, as though it were bound to invisible strings. The figure turned toward me. The lanterns flared in unison, and I realized, too late, that it had been leading me here all along. The lanterns blazed white, hot, their flames surging as one, and I threw an arm across my face to shield my eyes. The forest, the ruined cabin, the figure. They dissolved into a sea of glare. Heat pressed against my skin, as though the night itself had caught fire. My legs staggered backward, boots skidding on glass shards, but the light pinned me in place like a spotlight. I shouted, though I don't know what I said. The sound vanished instantly, devoured by the flame's roar. When the brightness finally dimmed enough to see, the figure was gone. Only the swaying lanterns remained, their glow calmer now, pulsing in the same slow rhythm I had come to recognize. A heartbeat. I should have run. My body screamed for me to turn, to flee, to claw my way out of those cursed woods. But something stronger pulled me forward. A compulsion that had carried me past the gate, that had driven me deeper instead of out, rose like a tide. I stepped across the glass, littered ground toward the cabin. The doorway yawned crooked, the frame warped, boards rotted soft. I ducked inside. Dust and soot coated everything, collapsed rafters, broken chairs, the blackened remains of a stove. But at the center of the floor, in the space where the roof had collapsed to leave a hole, gaping at the sky, a circle of lanterns stood arranged in deliberate symmetry. 12 of them, each evenly spaced, their flames steady. And on the floor between them, etched into the wood, were carvings like those I'd seen on the trees. Symbols crossed and spiraled, scored so deep the boards had split. The air above the markings shimmered, like heat rising off pavement, though the cabin was cold enough to make my breath cloud. The shard of glass in my pocket burned against my thigh. I pulled it out, holding it in my palm. The moment it touched open air, the lantern's flames leapt higher. The circle blazed, shadows wreathing across the ruined walls. My chest tightened as if unseen hands pressed against my lungs. And then I heard them. Voices. Not loud, not clear, but layered and whispering. 100 murmurs overlapping. They didn't come from the lanterns exactly, nor from the air, but from inside me, vibrating in my bones. My knees buckled and I fell forward, the shard cutting my palm as I tried to catch myself. Blood dotted the etched wood. The whispers swelled instantly, as though my blood had fed them. A single phrase emerged from the chorus, sharp enough to understand stay. My pulse hammered. Stay. I croaked aloud, half to them, half to myself. The flames pulsed once. I scrambled to my feet, my hand dripping red, and shook my head. No, I don't belong here. 2 pulses. The circle of lanterns flickered violently, flames bending inward as though the glass itself were breathing. A force surged from the markings, hot and suffocating. It felt alive. A will pressing down on me, trying to anchor me to that spot. I staggered backward, tripping over a broken beam, and burst out of the cabin. The forest beyond was aglow with hundreds of lanterns, each flame burning brighter now, synchronized in their heartbeat rhythm. The procession of figures was back, emerging between the pines. Dozens of them, their outlines stretched thin and inhuman, their movements tethered to the swaying lights. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, glass shards cut my boots, the air seared with oil and soot. The forest wasn't the same anymore. Paths twisted where none had been, trees closed in tight, their trunks bending unnaturally as though steering me. Every direction I turned, lanterns bobbed ahead, herding me, guiding me deeper instead of out. Hours might have passed, or minutes. Time warped under the glow. My lungs burned, legs trembling, until I stumbled into another clearing. At its center stood the wooden post I had seen before, but now more lanterns hung from it. Their flames furious, the ground beneath blackened to ash. The figures emerged around me, circling. They weren't vague shadows anymore. I could see their faces, hollow sockets where eyes should be, mouths sewn shut with wire, skin stretched too tight over bone. Yet their heads turned in unison toward the lantern at the post. It pulsed once. The figures closed in. I backed away until my spine struck a tree. The shard of glass was still clutched in my cut hand, slick with blood. I raised it instinctively, like a weapon, though it was nothing but broken glass. The lanterns around the clearing flared violently in response, and the figures froze mid-step. The shard throbbed warm in my hand. For the first time since I'd found it, I felt something other than dread. Power. I lifted it higher, and the flame in the central lantern sputtered. The figures trembled. The whispers surged in my head again, a chorus of fury. My vision blurred, but I forced myself to hold on. I won't stay, I said, voice shaking. You can't make me. I slammed the shard against the tree trunk. Glass shattered, slicing my palm open fully. My blood splashed across the bark. The effect was immediate. The lanterns screamed. Not with flame. Not with sound, but with something that tore through the marrow of my bones. Their flames erupted, then winked out, one by one, plunging the clearing into suffocating darkness. The figures convulsed, their sewn mouths ripping open into soundless wails, before collapsing into ash that scattered on the wind. Silence. True silence. I fell to my knees, clutching my bleeding hand, gasping in the dark. For the first time since entering those woods, the air felt like air again. No heartbeat flame, no whispers, only the sound of my own ragged breathing. When dawn finally broke, pale light spilling through the trees, the lanterns were gone. The posts, the clearing, even the shards of glass, all had vanished. Only my wound remained, and the scars carved deep into the trees leading me back. It took me the better part of a day to reach the gate. My truck was still there, waiting, the world on the other side unchanged. I sat behind the wheel for hours, before I could bring myself to turn the key. It's been months since then. The cut on my palm has healed into a crooked scar that burns in cold weather. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still see the lantern swaying just beyond the pines, flame pulsing like a heartbeat. I don't go camping anymore. I hardly sleep. I don't know what the lanterns wanted with me. I don't know why my blood woke them, or why breaking the shard stopped them. What I do know is this: the forest remains closed. The gates are rusted, untouched. And last week, while driving home late at night, I passed the edge of those woods. Out of the corner of my eye between the black trunks, a faint yellow glow swayed, swinging, waiting. And I know, deep down, I was never meant to leave. My name is Denise Palmer. I was raised in a small town in northern Michigan, the sort of place where summers were short, winters were long, and the woods seemed to lean in on every road. My parents encouraged me to spend time outdoors, and I grew up hiking, camping, and fishing whenever I could. Even after I moved away to attend college, the forest never left me. It clung like a shadow, as if every trail and pine, scented breeze had embedded itself beneath my skin. When I was 24, I returned for a brief visit after years away. Most of my old friends had moved on, and those who remained in town seemed distant. I was restless, caught between nostalgia and the need to remind myself that those woods were still real, still waiting for me. I packed a tent, a lantern, and a sleeping bag, and drove toward the national forest. It wasn't the official campground that drew me, but a rougher, less traveled area I'd heard of years earlier. Hunters and hikers had whispered about a scattering of abandoned sites deep off the service road, long forgotten after storms closed part of the trail system. Some claimed rangers discouraged people from going that far, though no one could say why. I ignored that. I wanted quiet, isolation, the kind that presses on your ears until you hear your own blood. I parked at a turnout where the gravel ended. The rest was walking. 3 miles of trail that had half disappeared under pine needles and moss. My pack was heavy on my shoulders, but the forest was calm, and I felt steady as I pushed through. Clouds gathered overhead, bruising the light to a dull gray, but I had grown up under skies just like this. They carried the smell of rain and wet leaves. By the time I reached the first abandoned clearing, the world had narrowed into something uncanny. The grass was tall where tents had once been, and a rusted fire ring sat in the middle of the site. I paused, because against all logic, flames were licking the air from that circle. A campfire burned in the ring, alive and restless. It had rained during my hike. My jacket was slick with it, and droplets still shivered down from the branches above. No one had passed me on the trail. No footprints, no tire ruts, and yet, there it was. A living fire, its logs glowing orange, though no wood was stacked nearby. I told myself someone had built it earlier and left. Perhaps there was a hidden cabin close by. Perhaps the coals had been covered, smoldering, only to catch when the rain eased. My rational mind clung to explanations like stones in a river current. Still, I did not move closer right away. I simply stood, listening. The fire popped, but the woods were silent. Too silent. No squirrels skittered. No crows broke the air with their calls. Only the fire and my breathing. Finally, I forced myself forward. My boots squelched in the damp earth as I crossed to the ring. The stones were blackened, some cracked from years of use. But the logs, they weren't logs at all. They looked more like twisted chunks of bark, hollow inside, yet burning with a heat I could feel on my face. I crouched down, extended a hand just close enough to catch the warmth, and flinched. It was hotter than any campfire I'd ever known. Too hot given how soaked the forest floor had been. I backed away. The logical part of me was failing, tripping over its own excuses. My skin prickled as if eyes were on me, though I saw no one. I almost turned around right then, almost shouldered my pack and headed back down the trail. But pride held me. I had grown up in these woods. I had camped here alone when I was younger. I would not be frightened off by a strange fire. So I set up my tent at the far edge of the clearing. The rain eased into a mist, and dusk pressed itself into the trees. I watched the flames burn steadily, unwavering, as I boiled water on my own small stove. I avoided using the fire ring. I didn't trust it, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. It never smoked, never dimmed, never brightened. It simply burned. Night fell heavy. Shadows tangled in the branches, and the mist thickened until it blurred the trunks, like ghosts drifting between them. The fire glowed stronger against the dark, a pulse of orange and gold. I thought maybe it would go out once the temperature dropped, but the hours passed, and it never faltered. When I crawled into my tent, I left the flap half, zipped so I could see the light. Some primitive part of me needed that fire visible, as if it kept the dark itself at bay. I lay in my sleeping bag, my ears tuned to every rustle outside. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, not the scurrying of a raccoon, not the tentative step of a deer. These were heavier, spaced too evenly. They circled the clearing, crunching softly on the wet earth. I held my breath. My hand found the handle of my flashlight, though I didn't switch it on. Whoever, or whatever it was, they made no attempt to approach the fire or my tent. They just circled. Around and around, the sound fading into silence only to return minutes later. I wanted to call out, but fear sealed my throat. Instead, I waited, counting the beats of my pulse. Eventually, the footsteps stopped altogether, though the fire still burned as steadily as before. Sleep was impossible. Every time my eyes drooped, a faint crack from the fire would jolt me awake. At some point after midnight, I thought I heard whispering. Low, drawn-out words I couldn't make out. They seemed to come from the fire itself, threads of sound woven into the hiss and snap of flame. I pressed my palms to my ears and told myself I was overtired. That was all. The rational voice in my head tried to comfort me, but the weight in my chest only grew. By dawn, the mist had thinned, and the gray light revealed the clearing again. The fire still burned. My own stove, my lantern, all ordinary. But that fire, untouched by time or weather, looked wrong in the daylight. Too clean, too precise. I stepped outside the tent, stretching stiff muscles, and froze. Footprints surrounded the clearing. They were human, bare feet pressed deep into the mud, circling again and again. Some overlapped, but I could see at least 3 different sizes: small, medium, large. None of them were mine. I swallowed hard. My first thought was to leave immediately, pack everything and go. But something rooted me there. I wanted to know. The fire was a question I could not leave unanswered. I approached it once more. The heat shimmered, blurring the air above the ring. The wood, or whatever it was, had not burned down at all. Not a single piece had shifted. I picked up a stick and prodded it, then dropped the stick when the fire flared bright. The whispering returned, faint but real. My name, Denise. It came like a sigh between the crackle, intimate and cold. I stumbled back, my breath sharp in the morning air. The forest stood silent, watching. The footprints at my feet proof I hadn't dreamed. Still, I didn't leave. Pride, or foolishness, or both, anchored me. I told myself I would last one more night. And if the fire still burned by morning, I would go. But a part of me already knew. I had stayed too long. The woods wanted me there. And the fire was waiting. The second day began heavy with the kind of silence that gnaws into your bones. I brewed coffee on my little stove and sat cross, legged just inside the tent's shadow, staring at that impossible fire. The footprints circling the clearing had already begun to dry, but they were still there. Bare, human, varied in size. I had not slept, and every blink carried a haze of half. Dreams, whispering voices, shifting figures between the trees. The feeling of breath on my neck, though no one was near. By mid-morning, the air warmed, though clouds still pressed low. I forced myself to do something ordinary. Boil oatmeal, clean my pot, fold my damp jacket over a branch. I needed proof I was still grounded in the physical world, that I hadn't slipped into some half-remembered nightmare. But every time my eyes drifted back to the fire ring, I saw the glow steady and unbroken, daring me to accept what my mind rejected. I tried not to look at the footprints again, but their shapes gnawed at me. The smallest set belonged to a child, no doubt. The heel was narrow. The toes, splayed like a little kid, had pressed them carelessly into the mud. The largest, though, was unsettling. Long, the toes abnormally spread, as though whoever left them had walked barefoot through these woods for years, the feet reshaped by stone and soil. I decided to follow the trail. With my boots tied tight, I circled to where the prints strayed away from the clearing. The smaller ones vanished quickly into the undergrowth, but the large set wandered deeper, pressed heavy into moss and wet leaves. I tracked them for 20 minutes. The forest grew darker. The canopy knotted so tight, I felt like I was walking underwater. At one point, I swore I heard breathing again. Low, rasping, just ahead. When I froze, it stopped. The prints ended abruptly in a patch of pine needles. No scatter, no break. As if the person had vanished mid-stride. I turned back. The clearing looked different when I returned. The fire had grown taller, as though feeding on air itself. My tent flapped lightly in a breeze I could not feel on my skin. My pack leaned where I had left it, but for a terrible second, I thought the zipper was open. I rushed to it. Everything was still there, untouched. My nerves were unraveling me. I told myself I needed rest. I needed to reclaim control. I spent the afternoon gathering real wood, branches damp but usable, and stacked them near my own stove. The idea of relying on that unnatural fire was unbearable. I wanted no part of it. And yet, no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the heat still radiated against my back, like a presence breathing down my collar. Toward evening, I sat with my journal, forcing myself to write, to document. Pages filled with stiff, cramped handwriting. Footprints, voices, the fire's unchanging logs. If I left tomorrow, at least I would have a record. Proof, but dusk came fast. The mist returned. My little stove guttered out, and I ate a cold dinner, listening as the forest seemed to close around me again. That was when the singing started. Soft at first, like a lullaby carried through fog. No words, only tones rising and falling, a human voice stripped of language. It came from the tree line. I froze, spoon still in hand. My stomach clenched so hard I nearly gagged. The voice swelled, weaving itself into the night air, until it seemed the fire was humming with it. I forced myself to call out. My voice cracked. "Who's there?" The singing stopped instantly. Silence. I stood, the spoon clattering from my fingers. My flashlight shook in my grip as I swung it toward the trees. Nothing but mist and black trunks. Yet I knew, with a certainty deeper than thought, that someone was watching me. Then came a laugh. Low, hollow, right behind me. I spun, light cutting across the clearing. Nothing, only the fire, steady and patient. My heart thundered. I wanted to flee into the woods, but instinct told me worse things waited there. I backed into my tent instead, yanking the zipper closed. The fire's glow bled through the thin fabric, painting everything inside with a sickly orange hue. Minutes dragged into hours. I heard movement outside. Shuffling, the drag of feet, the occasional sharp crack of branches under weight. Each time I thought it was over, the sound would return. Once, something brushed the side of my tent. A hand, flat and deliberate. I held my breath until my chest ached. At last, near midnight, the whispers returned. They seeped through the tent walls, threading around me, voices layered one over another. My name surfaced again, hissed and murmured. "Denise, Denise, Denise." I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voices did not fade. They came from inside my skull, blooming behind my eyes. I pressed my face into the sleeping bag, whispering to myself, "This isn't real. It isn't real," until the words were nothing but noise. And then, silence. I unzipped the tent an inch. The clearing glowed as before. No shapes in the mist, no movement, nothing but that damn fire. But the footprints. There were more now, twice as many. They circled again and again, weaving paths that hadn't been there when I zipped myself inside. Some crossed directly up to the fire ring and back, as though figures had stood around it in ritual, then vanished. I broke. My body moved without decision. I shoved my feet into my boots, grabbed my flashlight, and bolted. The trail back was a snarl of darkness, but I didn't care. I stumbled through mud, branches ripping my sleeves. All I wanted was to put distance between myself and that clearing. But the woods weren't the same. No matter which way I turned, the trail folded back on itself. I recognized the crook pine with its lightning scar. I recognized the boulder that looked like a crouching animal. I passed them again and again, though I swore I was moving in a straight line. I stopped to catch my breath, hands on my knees, chest heaving. That was when I saw the glow. Through the trees ahead, orange, steady. The fire. I had circled back. My legs shook as I stumbled into the clearing once more. The fire greeted me like an old friend, unwavering, unburned. My tent sat where I had left it, a pathetic bubble of nylon. And the footprints, they ringed me in. I could no longer count them. Hundreds, maybe. Layer upon layer. Bare feet pressed into mud that hadn't been there hours earlier. I collapsed onto a log, my flashlight beam skittering across the trunks. My voice broke as I whispered, "What do you want?" The answer came, not in words, but in a shift of the air. The fire flared, tall and sudden, throwing sparks that did not fall but hung, suspended like stars caught in amber. The heat slammed into me, forcing sweat from my skin. And beneath the roar of the flames I heard it again, that song. But this time I understood the words. Not English. Not any language I had ever heard, but I knew the meaning anyway, carried in the marrow of my bones. Stay. Stay with us. Stay by the fire. My stomach turned cold. My throat closed. I backed away, shaking my head, whispering, "No, no," like a prayer. The fire dimmed again, steady and controlled, as though mocking me. I couldn't leave. Not now. The forest would not let me. So I sat, trembling, as night dragged toward dawn. The fire burned eternal, and I began to realize the truth that chilled me worse than any wind. It wasn't waiting to be discovered. It had called me here, and it wasn't finished. The third night settled on me like a burial shroud. I hadn't slept, hadn't eaten more than a few mouthfuls. The air was sour with smoke that didn't come from my stove or lantern. It came only from that fire, though the smoke drifted nowhere, hanging low like it clung to the clearing on purpose. I had decided I would leave at dawn no matter what. I would force my way out, compass or no compass, trail or no trail. Even if I had to walk until my legs buckled, I would not spend another night here. But the fire seemed to sense my thoughts. It grew restless, flaring high then collapsing low, hissing like wet coals. Every time my gaze flicked away, it whispered my name, Denise, as if trying to catch me off guard. By late afternoon, I noticed something new. My journal, which I had left zipped in my pack, lay open on the ground beside the ring. The pages fluttered in the damp breeze, though no hand had touched it. I rushed over, snatched it up, and froze. The last page was filled with handwriting. My handwriting. But I hadn't written it. The letters scrawled unevenly, like my hand had been forced. Over and over, the words repeated in line stay. Stay, stay. I tore the page out and crumpled it, tossing it into the fire. It didn't burn. The paper blackened but refused to curl or crumble, as though the flames themselves rejected it. I yanked my journal shut and shoved it deep in my pack, though my hands shook too badly to zip it closed. The forest pressed tighter with every passing hour. I felt it in my ribs and my teeth. The mist swirled earlier this time, crawling into the clearing before the sun had even dipped. The footprints deepened, some still wet as if new feet had stepped where I had not seen them. I heard laughter drifting between the trees, the sound of children chasing one another. A woman's voice called after them. A man coughed, low and guttural. But when I turned my light, there was nothing. By dusk, I sat against my tent with my knees pulled up, gripping my flashlight like a weapon. The fire was taller than ever, flames stretching into a column that licked at the mist. And then, shapes began to appear. Not bodies, shadows. Figures rising from the smoke like charred silhouettes, black against black. They circled the fire, just as the footprints suggested, swaying as though in ritual. Their outlines flickered, sometimes small, sometimes towering. They had no faces, but I felt their attention on me. One of them broke from the circle. It drifted closer, no footsteps, no sound but the rasp of air twisting around it. I pressed myself into the nylon wall of my tent, breath caught like a stone in my throat. The shadow bent near me. Its form wavered, but in the blur I saw a mouth open wide, stretching, unhinged. From it came that song again. The lullaby with no melody, a voice hollow and endless. I clamped my eyes shut, my ears rang, and over the sound, I heard the fire itself, roaring louder than before. I forced myself to open my eyes. The shadow was gone, but the fire wasn't just fire anymore. Inside the flames, faces turned. Dozens of them, pale and indistinct, pressed against the glow as though trapped in glass. Their mouths opened in silent screams, their eyes wide, pleading. The logs, or what I had thought were logs, shifted. They were bones, blackened and cracked, fitted together like puzzle pieces. Some still held fragments of flesh that refused to burn. My stomach lurched. I scrambled back, gagging, bile sharp in my throat. The fire surged higher, the faces in it twisting, mouths mouthing words I couldn't hear but knew. Stay. Stay. I bolted. I didn't stop to grab my pack. Didn't stop to fold my tent. I ran into the trees, branches tearing at me, rain starting again in thin sheets. I didn't care where I went, only away. But the woods bent against me. No matter how far I ran, the glow never faded. Each time I thought I'd broken free. The fire's light seeped between the trunks ahead, waiting. Hours passed. Or minutes, I couldn't tell. My legs weakened, lungs clawing for air. When I stumbled into the clearing again, my knees buckled. The fire welcomed me, steady and cruel, its light washing my skin in sick heat. My tent sagged untouched. My pack leaned where I had left it. It was as though I had never tried to escape at all. The footprints were deeper now, packed tight into the mud. Some overlapped mine. I screamed then. Not words, just sound. It echoed uselessly through the trees. The fire hissed back, a mockery of breath. And then it spoke. Not whispers this time. A voice rose above the flames, raw and booming, layered with many tones. Male, female, child, all at once. You are here. You are ours. I fell to my knees. My hands dug into wet earth. My chest heaved. I wanted to fight, to deny it, but my voice cracked into silence. The fire roared, flaring so high it consumed the mist itself. The figures returned, countless shadows circling me, their sways in rhythm with the voice. The heat pressed close until my skin blistered. Tears boiled in my eyes. I thought I would ignite, flesh and soul, and then darkness. I woke on the trail at dawn, my pack on my shoulders, my tent folded and strapped, my boots laced, though I had no memory of tying them. The forest stretched before me, ordinary, indifferent. Behind me, no clearing, no fire, just endless trees. I stumbled forward, half blind with exhaustion, until I reached the gravel road where my car waited. Its windows were wet with rain, the keys still in my pocket. I collapsed into the driver's seat and sat there, shaking until the sun was high enough to blind me. I drove. I didn't look back, but I know the truth. The fire is not gone. It does not die. It never dies. It called me once, and it will call again. At night, even far from those woods, I see its glow in the corners of my room. I hear the whisper of my name in the crack of the radiator, the hum of a streetlight. My journal lies on the shelf, untouched since that night, but sometimes, when I open it, new lines have been scrawled across the pages. Always the same word, again and again. Stay. I don't know how long I can resist. And if you ever find yourself hiking in northern Michigan, far off the marked trails, and you come upon a clearing where a fire burns though rain falls heavy and no wood lies stacked nearby, turn around. Leave. Do not look back. Because once it sees you, once it speaks your name, you will never truly escape. You will carry the fire with you. Forever.